Hello everybody and welcome back to another Saturday night stack chat with me, the Stack Collector. I hope you're all having a fantastic week, and as you may have noticed, we're mixing things up a little bit today. It's not going to be a usual stack chat. I posed a question in Stackers Social a little earlier today and asked if anyone fancied taking a little stroll to Conspiracy Corner tonight and do something a little bit different. We put a poll in there and it was an overwhelming yes. So here we are in Conspiracy Corner. We live in a matrix. Prove me wrong. Now, if you want to jump on and have a chat with me and prove me wrong, do let me know. We can link up a Google Meets meeting and you can jump on, or you can post questions in the chat or to Stack Chat Interact right behind me right there. Thanks, Robot Toaster. I've actually deleted the other one now as well, so there's only one live stream. If you refresh YouTube now, you won't see the other one. It said I had an error when I tried to start it, and I just okayed it off and then started another one, so obviously that's when it created the one. But thanks for letting me know about that, buddy. And a massive hello to everyone we've got in the chat today. We've got Ian Atterbury, we've got David James, we've got Stigma, we've also got Silverstag Stacker, we've got Robot Toaster, of course, Blazing Bullets, we've got as well as that we've got Tim Fluff, I can see right there. We have also got Ian Ritchie, great to see you as always, mate. We've got Paul Williams, how are you doing, buddy? We've also got 4006, we've got Blistering Barnacle Adventures, we've got Crispy Shiny Things, Nerd UK, Jonathan Herberts, we got any more here hiding away? We've got 𝗵𝗶𝗃𝗲 is here as well. Let's have a look. Nessie, I've just seen you. Who else we got here lurking away? We've also got, I think that might be, oh, Barry Wiggins, great to see you as well. If I have missed anyone else, I do apologise. My chat skipped, so I lost my place there. So I do apologise if you are here with us. A massive and resounding hello and thank you for joining us. But I should hopefully have read everyone out there. So yeah, we'll get into the meat of it very, very shortly, guys. And we'll be doing the normal duck race. And I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who helped me out with the test earlier on today. Northeast Coins, great to see you. I'm here, it's just I'm not here, it's just a conspiracy. Yes, no, absolutely, absolutely. Raspberry Hedgehog as well, great to see you. Sorry if I missed you out there. Right, okay, so I've got a couple of bits to share with you all. First, as per usual, couple of pickups and something that's been sent to me in the post. So we'll do that really quickly and then we'll get into it. Davinia, how are you doing? I didn't think you were going to join us today. Thank you very much for joining us. As I was saying earlier, thanks for everyone who came and joined me in the test earlier. From now on with the duck racers, I'm going to be collating the people live. I've got a little tool that can help me do it. It's going to save me a lot of time and effort. So we're going to be doing that going forwards. Colin, no trouble at all. So yeah, as I say, we're going to go through a few little pickups, and then we're going to go straight down Conspiracy Corner, and I am going to tell you why I think the evidence points to or suggests that we live in a simulation. This is actually a matrix and not reality at all, and I welcome you to prove me wrong. Give me literally any evidence you may have that would even suggest that this is not a simulation. But we'll get into the meat of that very, very soon, guys. Right, so first one, I picked up at the coin fair last Sunday, but it's not a coin, and it's not the kind of thing you'd ever expect to pick up from a coin fair. What it is a Carcharodon Megalodon tooth. Isn't that cool? Got a sticker on still. Let me get a look at that. Here we go. Yeah, isn't that cool? Carcharodon Megalodon, that massive ass shark from the movie 𝗵𝗵𝗁. And also from real life, prehistoric times. Evening Matrix lovers, how are you doing, Southern Hall? We'll get to that very, very shortly. So I thought that was super cool. Me and Barry both got one at the West Midlands Coin Fair. There was guys selling them, and we both thought it was really cool, and we both picked one up. So that's one pickup this week. It's my new oldest piece. I haven't got any other pieces that are anywhere near. Well, I've got one other piece. Barry gave me a fossiled crustacean, which was also super cool. It's just over there. I might grab it and show you in a bit. So that was cool. I've also got these. Now I've got a few of these, but I'm gonna do one with you guys. So we'll save that. We'll do that last actually. Bit of fun that. And this has been sent to me in the post. I'm not sure who by. So let me get it open. Let's have a look what we've got here. We've got a nice little bag of goodies. Can't quite make out the picture yet. Who was it? 𝗕𝗂𝗃. Oh, it's 𝗕𝗃 from 𝗕𝗂𝗃 Social. Great guy. We've got a 8 of hearts right here, but it says, thank you for letting me join this fantastic group and taking my mind off what I'm going through at the moment. Also for your bargaining in the buy and swap page. So here is a little appreciation of my thanks, 𝗕𝗃𝗃318. 𝗕𝗃, thank you very much. That means a lot to me, mate. And I really appreciate it. But it's great to have you in 𝗕𝗂𝗃 Social. It's also great to have you. I know you come over and join us on the auctions on a Monday as well. So thank you very much for that. And I really do appreciate that. We've got another one of the completely legitimate gold bars. These are absolutely 100% real. I'm not hearing anything otherwise, but thank you for that. This is really cool. This is really cool because it reminds me of like a piece of Aztec gold, like a Spanish piece of Spanish treasure. You know what I mean? Like you'd find in on a galleon back in the day. So that's pretty cool. And then we've got a poker chip design, 𝗕𝗃𝗃318, auto silver stacker. Really like that. And we've got In Silver We Trust 2026. That's really cool as well. I really like the design on that, mate. Yeah, that is super cool. We've got a couple of, I don't know if is that Heimdall and Loki going at it? I'm not sure. But a couple of guys going at it with the swords there. Cool design though, I really like it. And we've got another one there, same design but a bit smaller right there. And again on the other side. And a couple of some sweeties. We all know I like my sweeties. He's playing a game of Minesweeper by the looks of things. So I'll enjoy them later. And we've got a sticker and a key ring. And also, is this a stretchy guy? Is it? Yeah, it's a stretchy guy. It's like a bit like Stretch Armstrong, if you remember him. Just a little little stick fella there. Thank you very much, 𝗕𝗃. That's very generous of you, mate. I'm going to enjoy those sweets later. And as I say, it's a pleasure to have you in the community, mate. It really is. So yeah, do stick around. And we're glad to have you there, mate. If you don't know what we're talking about, it's right there. 𝗕𝗂𝗃 Social, get involved. It's an amazing Discord server, it really is, guys, full of stackers, coin collectors and investors of all types. We just hang out, get together and split the breeze, really. But there is a marketplace in there. It's a fantastic opportunity to pick up some wonderful pieces of silver because there's no fees, which means people get to sell things a little bit cheaper because they don't have to pay a fee on top. So there are some good deals in there. So get yourself over if you're not. I know most of you already are, obviously, but if you're not, if this is your first time here and you've been drawn in because we're going to be talking about conspiracies and you don't really know much about silver stacking or coin collecting, get involved and learn. Why not? A lot of fun. Right, guys, let's get this open and I'll show you what we've got here. It's quite cool. I like it. Well, depends how we do. It's one of those you've got to open it to find out what you've got kind of job is, if you know what I mean. But if I get it open, you'll see. It's 8 grams, so it's a quarter ounce, 1911. M1 1911. M1 911 even. These right here. So I've got a couple of these, but I think I've got to open one in front of you all, haven't I? I can't not. In Silver We Trust, M1911. Absolutely fantastic sidearm, really is. Was developed in 1911 and we're still using it now 115 years later, so it's testament to how good of a firearm the M1911 is. The odds, guys, are 50% or just over 50%, 50.01% black. So that's probably what we're going to see in here because that's the kind of look I've got. But it's obsidian black, so it's fancy posh black, which is something at least. We've got gold. You've got 16.66%. I don't know why we have to throw the 666 in there. You know, I'm not sure, but they have. Take from that what you wish. But we've got odds per box on the gold, 16.66%. And then the silver is 33.33%. So we might get a silver. You never know. You've got like a third chance of getting silver, 50-50, half chance of getting a black, and then a 16.66% getting a gold. So yeah, without any further delay, let's see how lucky I've been. Who are these made by? Is it the Toro Mint? They're good at doing stuff like this. Issuing country, Republic of Liberia, 2026, $1 dimension, 65.42 millimeters, metal silver, finding some purity, and then I'm going to need my to work out what it says on there. In silver we sourced. Trying to see a mint. American metal stackers. It's not showing the mint on it, which a lot of them, we're getting that more and more nowadays, aren't we? You know what I mean? So yeah, yeah, very nice value. It wasn't cheap. I ordered these a little while ago, and they weren't cheap at all, but super cool. So they come sealed, as you can see, because obviously it's a bit like a scratch card, isn't it? Or a lucky dip or something, you know what I mean? But they're a lot of fun. So here we go. This one, as I say, this one's for me. So let's see how we do. Let's have a look. What we got, guys? Come on, everyone, gold. Come on, I want to see gold in the chat. Spam the chat with gold. I got rid of Nightbot chat modding after it was banning everyone. Come on, let's see that gold in the chat. Gold, gold, gold. Where did you get it from, TSC? I ordered it from one of my suppliers quite a while ago. Gold, come on, that's it. Riggs got silver. Great to have you back, mate. Gold, gold. Come on, come on. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, in fact, I know what I need to do. Just bear with me a second. We need one for this. I need to get one of these sorted out permanently. Said it ages ago, but hey. Hold on, here we go. Here we go. No, stop. I don't want a Austrian advert for cat food. I don't use a VPN. I don't know why it's an Austrian advert for cat food. No idea. Not trying to watch movies that aren't available in my region. How dare you accuse me of such things? Here we go. Hold on. Here we go. Right. Here we go, guys. And it's black. Of course it's black. It was always going to be black, wasn't it? Model 1911 A1, cal 45, cal 0.45, 8 grams. Super cool though. I like this. I wasn't aware about this because this is imagine like the plate had been taken off of it, and you can see the mechanisms inside. So you can see the bullets in the magazine, and the loading mechanism, and all the springs, etc. It's number 105 out of 999. Republic of Liberia, $1 AG 999 2026. My dad was the spit of him. All my mates in the park wanted him to push the swings. Oh, who's that then? I've missed something there. Right, here we go. What's this? What's going on? I don't know. I've missed something in the chat here, haven't I? So yeah, what do you reckon, guys? I think they're cool. I think they're cool. And you could get a silver, or you could get a gold, and you get a little stand to put them in. I thought they came in this stand, to be honest with you. And then you've got the COA right here. Certificate of Authenticity, Republic of Liberia, 2026, $1 silver, 8 gram, 65 times 42, obsidian black, 999. Oh, it's Mint of MK. There you go, Mint of MK. They are a good Mint of MK. They do a mean old piece. The Mint of MK do. So now, what do I do, guys? Do I take it out of the original blister pack and put it in the case, or do I just do that and then put it back in the box, and then put it in a box, in a box, in a box, and never see it again? Probably the latter, but for tonight at least, let's keep them out and keep them on display, because I do think it's cool. I really do. So we'll bang that there, we'll bang that there, and we'll bang that there. And if anyone is interested, I do have just a couple more of them. So I don't know. Keep an eye out on auctions on a Monday near you, maybe, on that one. Right, guys, we live in a matrix. Prove me wrong. Obviously, we live in a matrix, and I don't think any of you can prove me wrong about that. The reason for this, guys, now a while back, I don't know if you remember, Silver Punk posed a question in one of his chats. He asked me if there was any conspiracies I actually did believe in. And you know what it's like when you're on the spot? You can never remember, can you, when you're on spot? So I said the energy conspiracy, which is that new forms of energy are suppressed because it would take the money out of billionaires. because it's happened time and time and time again. Well, and that's true, but the better answer would probably be the one we're talking about tonight, which is the simulation theory, and it's the theory that this, what we're in, is not actually reality and is a simulation. And it's maybe one that you're aware of, and if you feel strongly against it, I encourage you to come on and try and persuade me otherwise. Tesla was, man. Tesla was such a genius, absolute genius. Tesla was. It was a huge shame what happened to him, because he was left destitute at the end of his life. Massive shame, because he was a fantastic inventor, not so much of a fantastic businessman. Unfortunately for Tesla, he needed a good manager or something, something along those lines, because he had the brains to do it, but not the brains to see when someone was going to do him over and hoodwink him a little bit, unfortunately. But Tesla aside, the topic we're talking about tonight has been shared by other modern scientists, such as Neil deGrasse Tyson, who I believe has put the chances of this being a simulation as 50-50. He thinks there's a 50-50 odds that we're living in a simulation. Now, Elon Musk believes that there's a 10 to 1, 10,000 to 1 chance that this is not a simulation. So there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that this is reality, which means it's, very, very more than likely to be a simulation. And, along those lines, if you think about it, technically it's 1 to infinity, because if technology advances to the point where it is able to make a simulation that is indistinguishable from reality, then once you've made one, you have the capacity to make as many as you want. Also, the simulations they make could become advanced enough to actually become indistinguishable from a reality, and they can make more and more and more and more, and it just goes on, and it's basically an infinite loop. So I would say the odds are 1 in infinity that this is base reality. Okay, so I've got cues, because I'm not a fantastic world-renowned astrophysicist, but I am standing on the shoulders of giants tonight, and using research that's been done by people far more brilliant than me as my argument, so to say. And I can't see. Does it matter at the end of the day, Divinity? It doesn't. It is what we are in, what we're in, and it wouldn't change the world really if it were, but it's a talking point, and it's what we're discussing tonight. Thank you. If it is a simulation, who made it and monitors it? Now, we're not getting into that, okay? That's a totally different. Thank you very much. Should work. There we go.
What's this button do?
Thank you very much, 𝗕𝗂𝗺𝗺. I appreciate that. And no long list of emojis tonight. Absolutely fantastic. Now, so that's not what we're looking at. We're not looking at who created it or how it could have been created, though that's a completely different question. We're looking at the reality we're in and staying within that reality and not going outside it and what could have created it. But what I will say is, if you are a religious person, this doesn't necessarily detract from your religion, because if it is a simulation, it would have had to have been created by something. And that thing would have been, a higher being to us, and perhaps that could be what you're referring to as your deity, and we could have just become advanced enough to recognise the code behind it. But that's not the argument I'm going to make. All I'm saying is this doesn't disprove religion. In anything, it actually supports religion, because if it is a simulation, somebody would have to have created it, and you could, that somebody would be what you refer to as God. But we're staying out of theology and religion. I'm just brushing over that really, really quickly. Probably some alien child's high school science project. Well, no, because it wouldn't be an alien, because that alien would be as much in the simulation as we are, because the universe, this is what I'm saying, you're talking completely different levels of existence once you come outside the universe, outside the simulation, which is why we're not going down that path, because I've got nothing to suggest what, how, where, when and why on that. But I do have what I consider to be 4 smoking gun arguments to suggest that we are actually indeed in a simulation. And I would like to think that I might persuade a couple of you tonight to start thinking maybe. I'm not saying, I'm going to change your mind completely, but maybe I might plant a little seed of thought there that might grow. I don't know. An out-of-body experience is the person moving outside the matrix. Could be. It's not what I'm looking at today. That's not what I'm looking at. But what I welcome, people telling me why we're not. If you've got any reason, or you can think of anything that suggests or evidences that this is not a simulation, is in fact based reality, that's what I want from people. Because I don't think there is anything. But I've got 4 bullets in my gun, in my M19, which I think suggests that the way we should be looking at it, based on the evidence we've got, is that the likelihood is that we are, in fact, in a simulation. Nonsense, if it was a sim, why is there smelly fish and spiders? Who knows? I like it, I like what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But you don't know what the simulation for is. It could be a game, it could be a scientific experiment, it could be what would happen. We have models that do that. We're not as advanced as what we're talking about it would need to be, but we already have models on in life right now that are there to run out and predict what would happen if in a scenario, and it overplays and plays different scenarios, so don't get caught in on the type of simulation it is. There are many different types of simulations and so many different reasons behind it. It could be for scientific reasons, it could be for entertainment reasons. Some of the most powerful simulations we have today are from computer games now. They are some of the most powerful simulations now. When you go online and you're in a virtual world, and now you've got AI that determines how the characters respond to you. So there's no set response. It's how it's generated. They are pretty much some of our most advanced simulations, and the reason for that is because it's big business, it's huge business, and there's a lot of money made per year by the big video game companies, huge amounts of money, so that's why they're some of the most advanced, because we've got the money behind it. Obviously the military uses different ones for war games and things like that. They'll run the different simulations for different reasons, and then you've got weather simulations, all different types. Let's have a look. 1 second. Like the end of Men in Black, alien child playing marbles. Who knows? What happens when people die if we're in the Matrix? Who knows? Again, that's not something I'm looking to answer today. Could be anything. Could be you're stored in an archive. That archive could be like what heaven's supposed to be. Who knows? I'm not saying that's what it is. I haven't got those answers. But it doesn't fall outside of what I'm saying, because same as I say, it could just be archived, it could be deleted off, you know what I mean? Like the code for you is gone, it stays as a memory, etc. But I don't know that, mate, and that's not the road we're going to be going down. Have you heard of manifestation where you... Yeah, I have. Manifestation is when you use the power of thought to think about something, and it's more likely to happen, and there is evidence behind that. But that's not the type of evidence I'm bringing today. The type of evidence I'm bringing is not fringe science. It's not things that are questioned. It's things that are 100% proven and accepted by mainstream science. And I believe they suggest or support the fact that we are in fact in a simulation. But they are absolutely accepted science. And there's no fringe science, there's none of that, and that's why I think the argument I'm bringing is so strong. But I have heard of manifestation. Recycled as a fish, I love it. Modern computer games are scarily, they're getting more and more scarily real, aren't they, Divinity? They really are, modern computer games. But again, it's because it makes the money. So it gets the money for the research and development. The research and development gets better and better and better going forwards. And it's the whole world, isn't it? Driven by money. But it goes to show nowadays, I think this conversation is a bit easier because we've got simulations that are getting really, really bloody good at this point. Not to the level we're talking about, but they're getting towards where you can start seeing it. You know, if you squint your eyes and think, well, maybe in 100 years or so. You know what I mean? Where's that gone? The only thing I feel sure about, we're not a spinning ball circling and chasing the sun. I'm not getting into that one. You know, we're going to accept other aspects of mainstream science for tonight. We might discuss that on a later evening, but for tonight, we're sticking to just, you know, everything we see is based on a simulation, not based reality. Let's have a look. You can control the sim. This time is an illusion. We're going to be talking about time. We are going to be talking about time. I think that's the third bullet I've got, or it might be the fourth bullet I've got. 4 or 5 bullets I've got, actually, five bullets, and time's the fifth one. We're going to be discussing Einstein's theory of time dilation, but we'll get to that shortly. We are electrical. We are absolutely electrical. We are, you know, our nerve system has an electrical current goes through it. We're basically biological machines, and this is something else we're going to come on to tonight. Fire your shot, TSC. Right, I've caught up. So I'm firing my first shot. So these are my 5, what I consider smoking bullets that really make me open and think, we're a sim. So the first one is something really, really weird, right? And then you might have heard about this in science before. This is interference pattern. An interference pattern is something that happens with particles, and it's when observed, particles act like waves, okay? Oh, sorry, when unobserved, particles act like waves. When observed, scientists placed a tiny detector next to the slits to spy on which hole the particles actually went through. The moment that detector turned on, the particles completely changed their behavior. They stopped acting like waves and began acting like tiny physical bullets, passing through only the slit and leaving just 2 straight lines on the wall. So the only thing that changed is that the particles were being observed. And once they became observed, they started acting differently. That is extremely like how modern day games and programs develop. And I think one of the first ever game to do it was Crash Bandicoot on the PlayStation. Crash Bandicoot had a huge issue because it was massively too advanced for the game console that it was released on. The PlayStation 1 could not handle Crash Bandicoot. It just blew it up every single time. So the engineers, the developers, came up with a solution that the game would only ever load so much at a certain time. You wouldn't need to know what was happening right at the end of the level while you were at the beginning of the level, while you were in that observable space. So once you became somewhere else, as you progressed through, it went with you, and the information before and the information behind was put into like a stasis kind of mode, and as you went, it changed. And it's very, very similar to that. It's like the universe is saying, okay, when I'm not being observed, when I'm not being used, I'm going to go into this stasis mode. But the second I become observed, I'm going to change completely, which science cannot explain. It's accepted. It's fully accepted. Or you know, physicists know about the interference pattern problem. All of them know about it, and it's not explainable. It cannot be explained why particles would all of a sudden just start acting completely differently just because they're being observed, right? And it translates. That's the first thing we've got. That translates and acts very like a computer program, extremely like a computer program. So that's the first one, right? The second one, I'm going to go through a few here. I'll come back to the chat in a bit, so save it for now because I might miss it. Double slit experiment drives them crazy. It drives them crazy, and like I said, these arguments are all fully accepted science. None of it is fringe science. Scientists cannot explain why that happens. It does drive them mad. If anyone could explain it, not only would they get a Nobel Prize granted, they're going to get a Nobel Prize. They'll be rich and set for life as well, because it's just an unanswerable question why a particle would act differently just because it's been observed to them when it's not been observed. The second one is us. Are you on PC? I'm on PC. What's that? Oh, sorry, I missed something there. So the second one, guys, is us, or not just us, every single type of life on the planet. Because if you break it down, and a lot of these arguments are when you break things down and start really looking at the core of things and really magnifying to like insane amounts, it's life. What are we made up of? When you go down to the smallest thing you can, it's DNA. Dinucleic acid, I do believe, but I'm doing that from memory. Yeah, it's DNA. DNA is literally a computer code. It literally is a 4-digit computer code consisting of A, T, C, and G. Computer software uses binary code, 0s and 1s, to instruct a silicon processor to render pixels, run apps, or display video games. Human biology uses a quaternary code of A, T, C, and G. Adenine, thymine, and cytosine, and guanine to instruct our cellular machinery to build proteins, organs, and consciousness. When you look at DNA through the lens of simulation, the parallels to computer engineering is staggering, to the point where Bill Gates has said DNA is basically a computer program that's just unbelievably out of our current reach. So that's what we're all made of. We have cracked the genome, and the genome is a code. We are constructed of code. Come on, you lazy screen tappers. Just tap that screen, double tap. 45 in chat, 12 likes. Yeah, come on, give it a like. I've put research into this one and everything, guys. So that's the second gun. So we've got the fact that the universe changes and acts differently depending on whether it's been observed or not being observed, just like a computer game does. Our DNA, our literal biological code, acts exactly the same as a computer code does. Rather than a binary system, it's a quaternary system, meaning there's 4 options, not just 0 and 1, which is on and off, which is how we use all computer systems that we use are made of binary. That's, break it down, it's yes and no, on and off. But it's a quaternary system, and it is 4 different options. It's biological, not mechanical, but it's identical to a code. In my opinion, all scientific and philosophical theories are dreams. All make sense for dream. There is only one consciousness in the now. Any reference to any memory. But that's something else, Mick, as well. You know, it's the you can't prove what's happened other than what's happening right now. I mean, how much can you trust in memory? Can memories be altered? Can memories be changed? The only thing you can be absolutely sure of is the moment you're absolutely in, which is I know what you're saying, but it's actually a different theory to what I'm talking about tonight. But I do get what you mean, mate. So we're made up of code. We're basically made up of computer code. The universe acts like a computer program. The next one, or the next couple, in fact, the next 3 are kind of linked. But the next one is the Planck length. The Planck size. Sorry, Planck size. Planck was a scientist. And a Planck in size is, we're going to be looking at size and time as well in Planck. So that's why I'm a little bit making sure I'm getting to the right bit. I know of Planck size, yeah. So Planck size is the smallest possible size. Now, if reality was reality and it was just a reality, you would assume that you could just keep zooming in, half again, and the only obstacle there would be your own technology and your ability to look further and further, wouldn't you? You would assume that, wouldn't you? If this is reality and this isn't a simulation, you would think no matter how much you went, you would be able to zoom and zoom and zoom and zoom and zoom. Maybe not with the microscopes we've got, but at some point. We already know that you can't. because a Planck is basically the universe's pixel, and you can't go smaller than a Planck. It sets the ratio, the screen ratio of the universe. The Planck size does. You cannot go smaller than a Planck. It's impossible to go smaller than a Planck. So that sets the resolution of the universe. But resolution, as we know from computers and simulations, resolution always goes with something else, doesn't it? Frame rate. You have your resolution, your frame rate. We use 1080, 4K, 30 frames per second, 60 frames per second. So we've already set a resolution in the universe, which we know, and it's the Planck size, is basically our universal pixel. We also have a Planck of time, a Planck left in time, which is the shortest amount of time that you can calculate. And once again, you would think if this is a pure natural universe, you would be able to keep halving and halving and halving again and get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. You can't. You can't. A Planck is the absolute shortest period of time you can go. You cannot half a Planck. It's not that we haven't made it up, or just 0.5 it. You cannot go shorter than a Planck length. Okay, so now we've got a universal frame rate and resolution. We've literally got a resolution and a frame rate right now. We've got a universe acting like a program that only interacts with you when you see it. We've got biological DNA that is identical to a computer code. We've got a universal frame rate as long with a universal resolution, right? And the last argument I've got comes to Einstein's theory of time dilation through the theory of relativity. And this one is one I know a bit more about myself anyway. It's someone that you would probably know, and it's a proven theory. It's the theory that time changes depending on two things. The faster you go and the closer you reach the speed of light, and the closer you come to a black hole or any planet, time changes. Okay, it gets slower. We know this. You've probably heard about it yourself. It's the whole, if Superman flew around the Earth at the speed of light, it'd go back, back in time. It's that theory. Okay, which is almost like you start trying to go too fast or add too many complex items in one spot. It's almost like you're overloading the system and it slows it down, causing a lag, just like in a computer system or a computer game. There's a literal universal lag that happens once you start pushing the boundaries of the system, once you start going too fast or having too much stuff there for it to actually compute. It starts slowing down and time starts getting slower. There's a literal lag in the universe. So those guys are my what I consider to be 5 quite smoking bullet arguments as to why I suggest the evidence we have looks as though we are living in a simulation rather than a base reality. Prove me wrong. Now I've given you my evidence, my actual evidence. This isn't, again, it's not fringe theory. I've given you my evidence as to why I think we are. Now, guys, I want you to try and prove me wrong and show me why that's a load of nonsense and we're not in a simulation. This is base reality. Pigeons see at a higher frame rate than us, hence they are hard to catch up. Yes, but they can't see at a university or frame rate. That's you're going minute amounts of time. But you're not wrong there. You're not wrong. Do you know pigeons were used in World War II as a guidance system? That's true as well. That is literally true. Look it up. Let's have a look. Did you know the Planck length is roughly 116 times 10 to... I thought it was to 44 because I was looking at it today. 10 to 14 to the 10 to 14, 100 trillion to 10 quadrillion times larger than a Planck length. Yeah, I was looking at it all today. Our universe is the firmament. We've never been beyond low Earth orbit. Not where Voyager has, and we've got satellites that are out there, haven't we? We've got the 2 Voyagers. So we've sent things out of low Earth orbit, but we as people have never gone out of low Earth orbit. as a species. You know what I mean? We've sent things out of it, but we've never been out of it. The moon is still in low Earth orbit. It's not, you know, the moon's a good distance away, but we've never gone into real space. My son and I are at a coin show hunting for some good deals. Nice one, mate. Nice one. We do normally talk about that kind of stuff. Thank you, 𝗕𝘂, for your kind words. You're welcome. Crispy, no trouble at all, mate. No trouble. We have okay. What is 𝗕𝘂 eating today? I'm having a seafood salad, a seafood cocktail salad today. Looking forward to it. Now, guys, I have given you my arguments, and I genuinely think they're strong arguments. They're not fringe theory. They're not some nutter trying to say, you know, mainstream science is wrong and you know, God's a spaghetti monster in the sky. It's none of that. This is accepted science, which shows and interprets that, you know, it could well be a simulation. But let's see how I've done, because what am I smoking today? I'm vaping. Look, mate, everything I've said is 100% true. 100% true. Check it out for yourself, guys. Please do. But it's 100% true, everything I've said. And I think that it leads towards the fact that this is a simulation. Now, going back to what 𝗕𝘂 said right at the beginning, don't get disheartened. It don't make no difference. The world is what the world is. Not going to feel any different. You're not going to feel any different. You know, it is what it is. But let me know. So I'm going to do a poll. Let's do a poll and see what you guys think. After, you know, me putting it down on the table like that, are we in a simulation? Here we go. Yes and no. We'll just start that poll. There you go, guys. Let me know what you think. Have I persuaded you? I should really put, could we be in a simulation, really? Not are we. I'm not asking for definitive answers. I'm saying the evidence suggests that we are, and could we be in one? We live on a board, Dave. Well, and on Blake's sphere, 90% of scientists are not as. There's a lot of truth to that, if I'm honest with you. Salvia, 𝗵𝗵𝗁, lets you see behind the scenes with reality. They used to sell salvia at a shop near me. I tried it one time. I woke up on the streets not knowing what we're doing. Not good. I'm like, why do we sell this in shops? Why is this legal? I'd have thought fish would be off the menu for the rest of 2026. Yeah, but I went fishing the other day and caught fish, so I'm rewarding myself. Sure does some days. Simulation theory violates the three classical laws of logic, so even to make the claim is logically fallacious. Why? How so? How so, mate? I welcome you to explain how and why that does. I mean, I've gone into detail as to why I think we are. So I would need something, you know, more than it violates the three classical laws of logic. I don't know why it does. To me, it would be more logical that we are, based on the fact that there is an infinite possibility of simulations and only one base reality. So logically speaking, the maths are with us being in a simulation. I would say, would be my argument. Again, this isn't really about being right or wrong. It's about provoking a conversation. We're never going to truly know the answer anyway, are we? So let's just make sure we remember that. But I would invite you to expand on that, mate. Pigeon guidance, yes, they were trained to sit in a missile. This is 100% true, mate. Guys, this is 100% true. Pigeons were forced to sit in inside the missile, and they had to tap on a screen. Missile and tap on the shape of a ship to guide missiles, but they couldn't see the difference in German and Allied ships, so they dropped the idea. Yeah, it's 100% true. They tapped on a little screen where the boat was, and it guided the missile. Absolute craziness, 100% craziness. Well, let's have a look. Where are we? If you want something to blow your brain, Stack Collector, I have a book on quantum mechanics and another on quantum physics. I have one as well called The Divine Matrix, which is very good, very good. We might have to do a couple of swapses, but The Divine Matrix is all that kind of stuff. It's about the science, you know, religion in science, and the fact that science actually points us to a couple of very interesting paths when we look at it. It's also like the fact that we have a time limit, which is the speed of light. That's or a speed limit, a universal speed limit as well. We have a limit. It's limited, right? Which is the speed of light. Nothing can can travel faster than the speed of light, but yet intertwined particles will react immediately to each other, regardless of distance, thus breaking the speed of light, things like that, which just put a massive question mark above science, you know, or the reason behind things like that. That is another one. It's a bit like the interference pattern effect, which science knows about and it's proven it, but it cannot explain why or how it happens. How can those two intertwined particles know when one of them has been affected and the other one automatically changes immediately at the same time? Did you know Bruce Almighty can walk on water? I did know that, mate. You can do a lot of things though, Bruce Almighty. Not like the idea of being inside a computer system, more like a system of conditioning. Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier, Jerry. Like, you've got to expand upon our human-centric understanding of what a simulation is. Where, you know, when you say simulation theory, people immediately start thinking about the simulations we can already create. And obviously it's not that. It's going to be something very, very different. And the reason, this is again why we're not looking at the reason behind it and who could be behind it, because that you are just plucking at straws. There's no way of knowing, is there? You know what I mean? You can't say, oh, well, it was a great spaghetti monster and the reason we did it is because we wanted to have a laugh. You can't do it. But you're 100% right in what you're saying. We have to take a step back and think outside of what we already know. And you know, just to accept that the reason isn't the question and the method it isn't going to be the same as ours, but these are why I think, you know, the universe acts in a way where it is like a program and or a simulation, for the reasons I've said. And I think they're very, very strong arguments. I generally do. This has been a chat I've been thinking about doing for a while. I know it's very different, but I think it's interesting, and it's one that I can actually come with some hard evidence. You know, there's some real science behind it. You know, it's not like the moon landings where it's all, you know, speculation one side and the other. There's not a lot of evidence there. You know, this one it's grounded in some real reality. I think we try to find theories and patterns to justify our existence. In reality, we are probably an accident on a dirt ball. Who knows? Who knows? And, you know, the simulation theory is, you know, there's no rhyme or reason to it. It could just be a simulator and running and all kinds of stuff is happening. You know, there might not be any, it might be one of those simulations where it just gets run to find out what happens. You know what I mean? Where there's no end goal really. You're just doing it to see what happens. But a good point, well made. Just skip my chat and come back here. Looms, how you doing? We are either the first to create a simulation reality or currently the last virtual reality. Well, we don't know with the last one, do we? Might have been one created just after ours. That's you know, existing simultaneously right next to the one we're in. That kind of touches on the multiverse theory, doesn't it? You know, the fact that there could be other, you know, multiple different simulations which could act as with multiple different universes. But again, you know, that's could be, and I'm speculating and making that up. Whereas what I was talking about earlier is founded in real science. Ask a physicist about the measurement problem to see fear in their eyes. Exactly. These are all, everything I'm bringing up today are the kind of things that makes physicists pull their hair out and end up looking a bit more like me. You know what I mean? But you're 100% right. They're all unanswerable questions which really give physicists a hard time and a bit of a headache. Have you ever watched any of the academic presentations on predictive history? I've not, but that sounds very interesting, Jerry. Could you DM me a link or two on Stack of Social? 100% Davinia, we are definitely in Jeremy territory today, aren't we? 100%. In fact, I was going to wrap my flat cap in tinfoil, but then I thought it's going to be really uncomfortable, isn't it? Bits of tinfoil, metal poking into my head. I thought the speed limit in space was warp 10. No, that's not. Well, that's just what we've achieved up to yet. Yeah, give it long enough, we'll be up to warp 12, warp 20. You know, I remember a time when it was warp 1, warp 2. Nothing with mass can travel faster than light. That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. Nothing with mass can travel faster than light. But also, you know, light doesn't have mass, and things without mass aren't meant to actually travel faster than light either, are they? And I can't think of anything other than intertwined particles that do. And so, yeah, a bit more than that. I am in a bus. Fair play. The Enterprise can go faster than light rocket. Exactly. Quantum entanglement is very interesting. Quantum entanglement is very, very interesting. That's for particles that are entwined and linked and react to each other based on what happens to one of them because they're entangled. And that is, you know, string theory, entanglement, and all that kind of thing. To make the claim that we live in a simulation presupposes that the person making the claim is also in simulation, rendering the claim illogical. It also violates. Why though? Why would it make it illogical if the simulation was run in a manner that meant it just did different things and ran with different things? Why would one of these simulations not maybe look at it and think, well, what about that? Well, I don't understand why it's to make the claim that we live in a simulation presupposes that the person, I would concede that I would be part of a simulation and I would be within that simulation and created by the simulation. I absolutely concede that. You know, I don't see why that would change it though, because I'm just one very tiny cog in the simulation and I could say literally anything. There's no limit to what I can say. I mean, I can say anything. So, you know, we could be in a simulation, I could be right or wrong, and we could be in a simulation, but the reason I've given you is totally wrong. You know what I mean? So I don't see why that would be the case. Violates the law of identity. Yeah, again, how so though? How so? I don't understand this, but I know, and this I'm welcoming this because this is what I want. I want arguments against it, but I don't understand based on that one why, when I have the freedom to say any, I mean, I could say things that just make no sense, that aren't physically true. Nothing stopping me doing that. So I don't see why it would prove to be not something, or something that would mean it's not a simulation. I'm sorry. Because anything happens everywhere at once, I should have tagged Dr. Becky. Tachyons travel faster than light. There you go. Thank you, Robot Toaster. Again, I am standing on the shoulder of giants. I am not a physicist, guys, so do bear that in mind. But you know, the reasons I've given you, look them up. You know, I've done my research on those. But you are right, Robot. I recall that now. Tachyons can travel faster than light. Is there any way I can make the simulation I'm in give me a few weeks off holiday? Just asking. Now, this goes back to what somebody said earlier about manifestation. And that's the theory of manifestation, that if you think about something hard enough, you can manifest it within your own reality. I'm not touching on that tonight. I'm sticking to the simulation theory, but again, there's nothing that's been given to me that would make me think, okay, no, yeah, you're 100% right there. Absolutely. Because again, you know, just me being part of a simulation and saying this could be a simulation doesn't stop it being a simulation. If we live in a simulation, who decided that I should be a sniper? That is illogical. There's nothing illogical about you being a sniper, mate. You were born to be the sniper. In. If anything, that proves that this was predisposition and architecture to reality, because you were clearly built up to be the sniper. I'm sorry to be bearer of bad news, but all Silverboard is not real. It's just part of a simulation playing a mind game. You never know, though. You never know, Baron. You wouldn't know, would you, if you was in the simulation? If you would get done by the online security laws, well, I mean, that's just where we live in, one way or the other. Don't matter if it's real or simulation, mate. You get done what you say online, don't you? If we live in a simulation, we are basically trying to conceptualize the television screen from the inside show while we don't see the cameras. That's very true. It's very true, Jerry. I understand what you're saying. And this is why I'm very clear to say I'm not trying to tell you how the simulation works or the reason behind it or who created it. I'm just saying that when you break down the universe to its core, its bare core, it acts exactly like a simulation. It acts exactly like a computer program. Whether you look at biological entities, which all biological entities are made up of DNA, which is a code. Whether or not you look at the actual universe itself, which is, determined, has a predetermined ratio and frame rate through the Planck length, size and time lengths. You've got time dilation, which suggests, when you overbear a system, it slows down. And all I'm pointing out is that when you break down the universe to its bare lowest, to the absolute core of it, it acts exactly like a computer program. That is the way the universe is acting, and that's what I'm saying. Hoffel's radiation, love it. Simulating quantum mechanics and subatomic states requires more computational power than can fit inside the physical space of the universe being simulated. We don't know that, mate. You don't know that. That's based on what we know within our simulation. We don't know if our simulation adheres to completely different rules that are placed upon it than what exists outside the simulation. So yes, for us to do it, that would be true. That would be true. But then you also go back to the interference pattern, which suggests that the computer isn't trying to create the entire simulation at any one given time. It's only creating the observable universe, and the rest of it stays in standby. That was the first point we got to, the second point? The first point, interference pattern. So yes, you're right based on our rules of physics. However, that's still not a smoking gun argument, because the interference pattern, which we said at the beginning, goes back to suggesting it's doing the Crash Bandicoot law of physics, and it's only loading what it needs to load at any one given time, and the rest of it just stays stored in ready for use, if you know what I mean. So again, it doesn't disprove anything. Let's have a look, see if I don't want to miss anything. Okay. It's an odd coincidence that the moon and the sun on average differ visibility times. They're pretty much exactly the same size in the sky. The moon is like 400 times closer to us than the sun, and it's like 400 times smaller than us, which make them near enough identical in the sky, which is why we can have near total eclipses. It's not possible to have an absolute total eclipse, but they are so close because the moon and the sun are just ridiculously, coincidentally, the same size in our sky. I mean, the chances of that happening is ridiculously low. But the moon is another one I would be happy to do one of these about, because there's something not quite right about that moon up there, There's something not quite right about it. It's sitting up there watching us, and there's something not quite right about it. You're 100% right there. Mercy, how you doing? So when we pass on, do we just stop existing, or do we get reset and restore back to the matrix? Who knows? This is the thing. You could just stop existing. You could get put back in, the basic program of you could get memory wiped and then start all over again in a new body, i.e. reincarnation. Or you could go into a memory archive, which could act as a bit like an afterlife. These things aren't necessarily not intertwinable with what I'm talking about. You could still have an afterlife. You could archive storage, regurgitation, or total deletion. Could be any of them. Have you been watching a lot of videos on YouTube artists? No, well, over the years, yes. Over the years, yeah, because it's something that became interesting to me. Now, this is anecdotal, and this isn't part of my argument, because this is purely anecdotal and doesn't, cannot be proven anyway. But one thing that really stuck to me was, one, the mathematical odds weigh against us. But also, I used to drive around in my car and the windows would be up, and every now and again it'd be raining outside, and I'd drive in car and it'd feel like a drop of rain had hit me on my arm. Just one drop of rain. It's like one drop of rain had glitched through and hit me on my arm, because I could, you know, I'd just feel it as you're driving. You know, you can feel rain driving on you. I'd feel it and it'd be like a bit of water there. And that used to make me feel like, what's happening here? It's like it's glitching through. But again, this is anecdotal. This is not part of my argument. But it's something that planted the seed of doubt in my brain and made me look into it more and more over the years. And I've read books like The Divine Matrix, which covers a lot of this. And basically, none of what I'm talking about has come across to me as an argument for it being a simulation theory. It's the things that I've come across and thought, well, that's almost identical like how a computer runs. You know, like the interference pattern. I've watched lots of videos on the interference pattern, but just explaining what it is and the fact that we have no explanation behind it. You know, it's just that, you know, individually, it's all well and good. It's when you start putting them together that they start to tell a narrative. That would be exactly, Paul. You know, it could be the basis of reincarnation, but you know, all three options would be just as viable under a simulation. Well, now that we all know we're in a simulation, I'm going to act exactly as programmed and get. See, this is another thing. It's the way we talk. You know, programming. We talk about us being programmed to act in a certain way. You know, like a program. It's how we talk as well. But get another glass of that grape juice. I can't fault you, mate. I cannot fault you. Do theories on the nature of reality change the way? No, this is what I'm saying, Barra. This is something that I've, you know, although it's always been something very interesting to me, it's something that I realised very early on that regardless, it doesn't matter. I feel just as real either way. The connections I make are just as real to me either way. And the connections you make and the experiences you encounter are just as real to you, regardless of whether or not it's a simulation or if it's a base reality. It makes no difference whatsoever, and it should make no difference to how you look at the world or how you live your life. You know what I mean? Because who knows? You know, just again, I say, you know, there's no reason why this couldn't support the fact that there's a deity, you know, out there, the one that creates the simulation. You know, there could be two, like, I'm talking in very human-centric terms, of course. There could be two folders, and you know, if you run your program a certain way, you end up in the good folder, and you run your program another way, you end up in the recycle bin or whatever, you know, and you've got heaven and hell there in a sense, if you know what I mean. So again, you know, it doesn't change anything on how you should look at the world, but it's interesting. Let's have a look. Where are we? Here we go. If this is world of simulation, can someone give me a nice hard slap to wake me up, please? Maybe then I would. Again, you know, I know you're joking, like we're saying, but again, you know, we've got to walk out of that human-centric bubble that we're in, and think that, you know, because that's one type of simulation. It could be like a game or something that you could snap out of, and you're there. We could just be AI bots, basically, or the equivalent of an AI bot, whereas we only exist in the simulation, and there's no physical basis to us whatsoever. You know, the beings that exist in the actual base reality, if this were to be the case, could be completely and utterly, massively different to us, and could break what we know about the laws of physics, because the laws of physics may only apply to our simulation and may not apply to anything outside the simulation. We don't know, and you just could never know. There are visible glitches, i.e. Mandela's effect. Yes, they are. They suggest glitches, visible glitches. They also suggest a multiverse. But like we said earlier, multiverses could be, you know, that there's multiple simulations running at the same time, or the simulation gets updated and patched, things like that. But you're 100% right there, Dave. Computer says no. Computer always says no, doesn't it? Could we just be anthropomorphizing reality because we know it? Again, you know, a lot of what I'm saying through a human-centric bubble, because it's how we understand things. And to an extent,
You know, I don't saying we're anthropomorphizing things, because obviously that would be to make something human, and I don't think we're making human. What we're doing is we're looking at the core of the universe and the core of us as biological beings, and we're making a likeness between how that works and how computer systems work and simulations work, and the fact that in some cases you would really expect it not to be like that. The Planck length for time and space, if it was a pure reality and it wasn't based on a frame rate, you would think you could just keep, you know, halving and halving and halving and halving for eternity. You would think that that would be infinite, but it's not. There is a finite space and length of time in the universe, which acts like a computer program. The interference pattern, you know, going back to what Nerd said, suggests that, you know, we're only running so much of a simulation at any given time to save on processing power and things like that. So, you know, what I'm saying is we're not making it human, but what we are doing is saying, okay, well, doesn't quite work out right. And not only does it not quite work out right, not only is it causing massive headaches to physicists, not only is it causing these questions that can't be answered, it's also operating exactly like a computer system would. My program is overloaded, I'm going to burst. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's not that I'm humanizing it or anthropomorphizing it. I'm just making a correlation between the fact that the universe works in weird ways that it shouldn't work in, which are coincidentally exactly the same ways that you would expect a simulation to work. Biological organisms can self-replicate, mitosis, absolutely, or fission, sorry, reproduction through fission, because mitosis is an individual cell thing, whereas if it's an animal breaking into two, it's fission. But there's species of flatworm that do reproduce through fission. They make an exact clone of themselves. You're 100% right. Can self-replicate, self-organize, and self-repair. Man-made machines cannot. The idea that organisms are just machines comes from Paley's watchmaker argument. No, it's accepted that we are a biological machine, and just because the machines we make can't self-replicate, can't self-organize. Well, we can self-organize, and a lot of there are machines out there that can self-replicate now, and there's definitely machines that can self-repairs in some ways. But what you're doing is you're likening machines we're making to biology as a biological machine, and we are a biological machine. Our brain is a CPU. We have a nervous system that is an electrical system that sends, you know, electrical pulses throughout the body to get different kind of reactions and sensations, etc. We need to take in fuel, and we need to recharge. And we are, and you know, absolutely any biologist, even any biologist will say to you that we are a biological machine. Absolutely, the human body is a biological machine. There's no question about that whatsoever. So it's not, you know, I'm not referencing Paley's watch, the watchmaker. I'm not 100% sure of what that is. I'm going to be honest with you, but just based on what you're saying in the early part of the conversation, I don't think it applies, because we are not the peak of what is possible in technology. You know, if you showed, I mean, it's like Arthur Conan Doyle said, isn't it? Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So, you know, what we're talking about a type of machinery that's sufficiently advanced when we're talking about biological machines. We can't create it. No, we can't. We're not anywhere near being able to do that. But because we can't create it doesn't mean it's not the case. Let's have a look. everything from NASA is artistic interpretation. Not everything, not anymore. There are a few full Earth photos. There's the what's it called, the blue marble, I think it's called, something like that. And we are getting more and more now in a modern age. But yeah, all the pictures you've seen of Earth are artistic renditions or composites, because the problem with taking a photo of the Earth is the Earth's very big. And it's very difficult for a camera to get. If you ever tried to take a photo and get everyone in, you know it's very difficult to get a lot of stuff in on the camera. And when you try and taking photos of entire planets, you've got to be a hell of a long way away to even be able to get it all in frame, which is why the photos of the Earth are composites or artistic renditions. But you're not wrong. You're 100% true that the pictures you've seen of planet Earth are not real. They are renditions and interpretations. I'm not going to touch on how realistic they are as renditions, but you are right. Let's have a look. After this, I feel so much better knowing these bills I have just part of a simulation. It doesn't matter, it's still as real. The bills we got to pay are just as real as they were yesterday. And you know it's true because it rhymed. All right. It's just part of simulation. No, I know. I knew these companies just, yeah, well, the problem is, like, when you're a simulated person, a simulated bailiff works just as well. You know what I mean? Coincidence. But coincidence, 𝗕𝗂𝗃, is not something I like. Coincidences, they make me start perking up, especially when you get so many coincidences. You know what I mean? The moon's orbit is decaying from the sun and won't last be the same distance forever. No, that's why we said it's near enough. At one point in time, it was perfect. At one point in time, it was perfect. But the moon's orbit is deteriorating, and it will get slightly smaller and smaller in the sky as it moves further and further away. And that's why we can't have a perfect eclipse. So you're absolutely right, nerd. Yeah, 100%. This is what we were saying earlier about it being near enough perfect. It's just about 400 times smaller than the sun. It's just about 400 times closer. Near as damn it. Near, closer than it should be. But hey, so seismographs on moon suggests it's partly hollow. Yes, it does. They did this when they, after one of the Apollo missions. What they did is they dropped the lander, the lunar lander, they dropped it back onto the moon's surface to see what would happen. They set up seismographs and they just wanted to find out what would happen. And they discovered that the moon rang like a bell for 4 hours after they dropped it on it, suggesting that it is cavernous and hollow. They also know that the moon is about 25% the size of the Earth, but has only 1% the same mass as the Earth. We have science has very recently given an explanation to how the moon was created, but for a long time it was a huge question. Good old 𝗖cie right there, good old 𝗖cie the dog, first dog in space. I grew up thinking 𝗖cie came home, I grew up thinking 𝗖cie came home, that there was a little tiny drop pod with a little tiny parachute on it, dog size, come back down to Earth. Little 𝗖cie came running out, jumping up, like for cuddles, being such a good girl, just a good old gal, coming back from a mission. No, didn't even try. You didn't even try to bring 𝗖cie back. How could you do it to a dog? How could you do it? But yeah, no, 𝗖cie, the first dog in space, first animal in space, sent up by the Soviets. The Soviets were the pioneers of space, which is why another reason why it's. It was so out of the blue that the Americans beat them to the moon. The wise man's money was on the Soviets for the moon race. They were just so insanely advanced compared to the Americans when it came to space travel. And then Americans just brought it out of the blue and just got to the moon before them, which, by rights they shouldn't really have, given what the Soviets have done. The moon's orbit is we did that one. If we are in a simulation, then my program is broken because my dongle is broken. Well, this could just be part of a simulation, mate. We are, but give him the hands. We are the Goldilocks effect. Yeah, the Goldilocks effect. Yeah. Like the Goldilocks zone. So. for a planet to sustain life, it has to be in what's known as the Goldilocks zone, because obviously Goldilocks, you got the bears and like, oh, this porridge is too hot, oh, this porridge is too cold, this porridge is too salty, this porridge is too sweet, this porridge is just right. And that's the Goldilocks zone. But we are discovering more and more planets that are in their stars' Goldilocks zone. We're becoming more and more potentially habitable planets. I mean, we're so far away. We're talking about advanced, our ancestors way down the line might get to them one day. But the problem we've got, like I think Nerd explained earlier, is energy. That's our problem, is energy. It's not that we can't do things or we don't know how to do things. It's just that we are incapable of producing the levels of energy that is required to do it. Now, that goes back to one of the conspiracy theories we spoke about very, very earlier on, the energy conspiracy, which tells us that energy types and new forms of energy are being suppressed by the billionaires that are making killings off of the current energy, fossil fuels and all that kind of stuff. But that's a different conspiracy that we can definitely talk about another day, because it's another one like this one we're talking about today that I actually believe in. I do. I believe in the energy conspiracy, and I think it's, I think a lightning's been shining on it. And these people that are literally, they're saying, look, I've made this new invention. I don't want to kill. I really do not want to kill myself, and I'm really not going to kill myself. And then 2 weeks later, oh yeah, they killed themselves. Again. And it's happened so many times. There's been 2 people that developed engines that run off water, or more specifically the hydrogen in water. Obviously, water's H2O, 2 hydrogen atoms to every 1 oxygen atom. Hydrogen is a very, very efficient fuel, and there's been people out there that developed engines that separate the hydrogen from the oxygen, thus running the engine. And they've been arrested, gone missing, or died. It's quite shocking, and it's happened with people who's developed plasma batteries, all different kinds of new sustainable renewable energies, and they just go missing or end up dead in very, very weird circumstances. But same as say, the issue to most of this is the fact that we're just not capable of producing the levels of energy we would need to. Artemis did go to the moon because Earth's magnetic field tail was where the moon was, so the radiation was lower. Yeah, but Artemis hasn't taken any people yet, has it? You know what I mean? That was an unmanned mission to the moon, and I'm not questioning for a second. There's been plenty of unmanned missions to the moon. I'm not even questioning whether or not there's been manned mission to the moon tonight. It's not what I wanted to talk about. So we've got 65 that it's not simulation. I think that's good. I think that 35% is a good number. I think you've listened to what I've said. To me, there hasn't been anything in the in the chat that would tell me, yeah, no, we're not in a simulation. That would suggest we're not in a simulation. The stuff Dave was saying earlier about it breaking the rule of identity, I don't think it does. I just don't think it does. I think I could talk about anything, and the fact that I'm saying I think this is a simulation doesn't necessarily prove that it's not. How would we know that simulation has safeguards from stopping things within the simulation from discovering that it is a simulation? Perhaps the reason of a simulation is to see how long it would take us to realize we're in a simulation. Maybe that is what the simulation is for. Again, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it could well be. The Matrix had glitched. Again, we've talked about Mandela effects. We've talked about the interference pattern effect. We've talked about DNA being a code, basically a computer code. Bill Gates likened it to a computer code. He said it is literally a very extremely advanced computer code. Planck length in space and time, basically being a universal ratio and frame rate limit. And we've also talked about Einstein's theory of time dilation, which again we know is proven. The way we've proven that is we've had 2 identical atomic clocks. One's gone into space, one stood on Earth, and one that went into space and came back had a different time. It was minutely different, because it didn't, we're not capable of going very far into space. We're not capable of really going much out of our lower Earth orbit. So it didn't change much. It was minuscule, but it should not have changed at all. It shouldn't. They were atomic clocks, and the time should be identical when it got back as when it took off, but it wasn't, proving Einstein's theory of time dilation, which suggests when you start overloading, falling back onto the interference pattern theory, the universe only generates what it needs to. When you start overloading what it does generate, the universe itself starts to lag, and time starts to affect you more slowly. I generally think what we've discussed tonight are real arguments as to why it's very likely that it could well be. So look, where are we? I just don't want to miss anything. The simulation is buffering. Was my live stream buffering, was it? The matrix is on towards you. Yeah, I don't know why. My connection was fine. It did come up for a second that it was a connection issue. I think that might have just been between OBS and YouTube. Agent Smith has entered this chat. Yeah, it's about this time someone sorted the matrix out. 100% it is. Yeah. So if this is a simulation, are we all Schrodinger's cat, both dead and alive at the same time? We are neither dead or alive at the same time. Yeah. Schrodinger's cat is a very, very, it's a very famous theory nowadays, isn't it? It goes more into quantum mechanics than it does relativity, but it's the theory that if there's a box and there's a cat inside the box, you don't know whether or not that cat is dead. So the cat exists in a form of both being dead and alive at the same time until you open the box, thus determining whether or not the cat is dead. I say, it's more determined on how long you wait until you do open the box. I think if you leave it 2 weeks, it's a dead cat. Yeah. Another way to describe that is gloves. Like if you've got a box and it's got a glove inside, there's no way of knowing whether or not it's got a. This is to describe the difference between quantum mechanics and relativity, really. Like quantum mechanics, if there's a glove in a box, you don't know whether it's a right or left glove until you open the box, and it exists as both a right and left glove up until the very point you open the box. Through Einstein's theory of relativity, you could say, well, I've got a left-hand glove in my hand. Gloves come in pairs. Pairs are relative. So I therefore must know it's a right-hand glove in the box. And that's how relativity differs to quantum mechanics in idiot online terms. This guy here. So yeah, that's kind of a difference. Whereas quantum mechanics, things exist in a state of undeterminedness until the point where it is determined. Let's have a look. Evening, Zeus, how are you doing? Sorry I'm late on VPI. No worries, mate. Very different one tonight. We're talking about simulation theory and why I personally feel there's a very good chance it is a simulation. Very, very good. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying I know. I'm just saying when I look at these things right here genuinely actually suggest we are in a simulation. And the list of things that genuinely actually suggest that we're not is empty. Because if we could keep going, if we'd never found a limit to the length of space, i.e. a Planck, if we'd never found the Plancks, that would suggest that actually we're in base reality. We can keep making things smaller, bigger and bigger and bigger, and just keep going for infinity. There's no stopping us apart from how powerful our magnifiers are. But it isn't that. It's there is an actual pixel size to the universe called a Planck, and there's also a frame rate to the universe, again called a Planck, which sits on this side of the argument. So that's what I'm saying. I'm asking for people, give me things that sit on the other side that suggest, okay, for this to happen this way, it suggests that it's not a simulation and it is reality. I don't think there is anything, but there are things on the other side of the list, which to me, it should be easier to prove it's real than a simulation, shouldn't it? Really, if it's based, you would have thought it would be easier for us to prove that what we're existing in is actually reality then it is a simulation. But it actually is easier to prove that we're in a simulation than reality, based on what I've said earlier. Let's have a look here. Basically, just by being a switch, it's an on-off switch, and everything comes down to just being an on-off switch and just a series of potential outcomes based on the binary ones and zeros. You know, if it's 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, it gives you one result. If it's 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, gives you a different result. You know, and that's how computers work, which is very similar to how our DNA works, but DNA isn't binary like the system we use. It's quadrinary, which is a 4-option system rather than the binary 2-option system. But other than that, DNA operates exactly the same way as a computer code does. Exactly the same way. Spookily similar. Of course, we've landed on the moon. I saw it on TV. A man and his dog went there to get cheese. They absolutely did. In fact, I believe they had a grand day out, didn't they? They had a grand adventure. So if no one sees you, does that mean your feet don't stink? As long as you can't feel, see, or in any other way interact with your feet, maybe not. Who knows? If a tree falls in the forest, does it actually make a sound? Who knows? Was your audience are not convinced? We as your audience not to... I know. Well, look, mate, I didn't expect that I'd get 100%. I didn't even expect that I'd get over 50%, because it's something that is, one, it's hard to accept, and two, I'm going against centuries of indoctrination, of us, assuming that this is base reality and also having no reason to ever question that. I'm fighting a losing battle to an extent. But the fact that there's 32 people out there that have listened to what I said and think, yes, it could actually be a simulation based on what you've said, there is evidence for it. I think that's a good number of people. And again, I don't think, I can't think of anything that's been said in the chat that would even start to suggest I'm wrong. Please do if you can think of anything else, but there's not been anything given, and I would love something else that could potentially be, but again, the evidence is pointing that I'm right, guys. 𝗕𝘂𝗺𝗺𝗃 is 10 minutes back in time to love it. You can't measure consciousness. No science can explain it. It exists, but it isn't in the brain. As of yet, who knows what neurological science will discover in the future? But as of yet, we can't measure consciousness fully. Now, we're very slowly starting to just scratch the surface of that. Whereas, we can determine whether or not someone's feeling happiness, sadness, rage based on brain activity and electrical activity in the brain. So who knows what will be able to be measured consciousness-wise at some point. But as of yet, we can't measure consciousness. We don't know what consciousness is. We don't know if we have consciousness and animals don't. I don't think that's true. I think, animals do have consciousnesses just like we do. But we can't quantify that. You're absolutely right. There is no way of quantifying it. So yeah, but maybe one day we will be able to measure that, but as it stands, absolutely not. Let's have a look. Michael, not if you can smell the decomposing cat inside the box. Exactly. If you could, that's going back to Einstein's relativity, isn't it? There's a smell of a dead cat outside the box. Relativity would suggest to us there's a dead cat inside the box too. So you're not wrong, mate. You're not wrong. But again, supports Einstein theory of relativity right there. Dad is going round and round and round. Just like the ball of molten nickel and iron that we are on. It could be an ambidextrous glove. It could be. What's 2 thumbs on it or something? I don't know. Looking at many scientific experiments, scientists are psychopaths. But to be fair, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I was having this exact conversation yesterday about the. I was having a conversation with someone about the nature versus nurture argument, and the fact that to me it seems madness that we even have an argument about it, and it's neither nature or nurture. It's a combination of both of them. We're all born to genetically favour one path, but the experiences we encounter throughout our life definitely affects us. So it's never just pure nurture. It's never just pure nature. It's the way both of those intertwine. That lead to who we become. But the experiment was about nature versus nurture, and it was an experiment that was done on twins and triplets in America. You might have heard about this. It's the details are out there now for people to look into, but it was done on twins and triplets. And what they did is, without telling anybody, they separated twins and triplets at birth. And the twins and triplets, there's a very famous story about three triplet blokes, and they ended up discovering each other. Two of them had discovered each other first. They were like, so basically, one went to college, left college, and then the next one came to college, but the people there turned around and goes, I didn't think you were coming back. Oh, I was so glad to see you back. And like everyone knew him, and he was like, I've literally only just started this college. And I'm like, nah, get out of here, stop winding us up. To the point where one of the people at the college turned around and rang the mate up and said, mate, are you back at, no, right, you need to get down to this college because you are literally here. I am stood here looking at you. You need to get down here. And he came down, and it turned out that they found out they were twins. And then, so I think somebody then heard the story about those two and turned around and goes, I don't think you're twins. I think you might be triplets. And they found each other, and they shared certain mannerisms. They absolutely shared certain mannerisms, but the experiment was biased. They had confirmation bias, because they declared the results of the experiment to prove that it's nature over nurture. But one of the triplets, not the others, ended up self-unaliving, I think is the way you meant to say it on YouTube, and the others didn't. Thus proving that nurture has a big bloody way in it too. Yes, nature does have a lot to play, but nurture does as well. You know what I mean? And that, to me, it seems absolutely obvious. Of course, it's so obvious, but the argument still exists. But that twins experiment was unethical, inhumane, and should never have happened, really. The far side of the moon. Who knows? It could be a basketball. You don't know. Can we have less white on the on the gifts, please? Because my hat's coming up a bit weird. Looking at many scientific, but yeah, the point is, I don't agree with the experiment either, the one that we did, but it seems mad to me that people still have that argument that they think it's polarizing and it's one or the other, and it can't be a combination of both. I think if you think about your own life, there'll be things that you've always done and you've always been into, and that's nurture. But there'll be things that you've learned and developed over life, and there'll be things, mannerisms that you develop later on in life, and that's nurture. Let's have a look. Just won the Cyberpunk auction, totally forgot about it, and so engrossed. Yeah, thanks, Paul, mate. Well done to you there. I've got a few Cyberpunk pieces. Is an absolutely fantastic artist, is what he is. He makes beautiful pieces of art out of silver. Just like GSH does as well, and others. There's liquid metals and the Louis silver. There's some fantastic pours over in Stackcollectorcnb, really is. And I've got a few of his pieces. So well done to you, Paul. Congratulations, and you will not regret it. Humans will never have the intelligence to understand this creation. It's unlikely we will. Look, right, take it from a French pigeon wearing a top hat. When it comes to that, all right? And never say never again. 10 points if you know what I'm referring to there. French pigeon in a top hat telling you to never say never again. Well done, Paul. Great piece. Absolutely. Reality is subjective. It can be. Yeah. Which is why it wouldn't matter if we are in a simulation, because reality is subjective, and to us, the subjects, it is just as real as it was before. So it wouldn't really matter, and it doesn't matter to me, what the basis of reality is. Our reality is our reality, and it is real to us either way. Nice, Paul. That Raven's well cool. If a tree fell but no one hears it, yeah. I did that one. Just catching up on the chat. We must ask first why a simulation is used in the first place, then what completes the simulation, followed by the lacking in the simulation to simulate the reality. Well, the problem is, you say we must ask first what's it used for, but why does that matter? Simulations, and we've spoke about this earlier, Space Miner, and it's great to have you here, by the way. Thanks for joining us. The simulations can exist for a multitude of different reasons, right? And the reason behind it is outside of our universe. It's outside of our simulation. So there would be no way of us ever actually knowing what the reason behind the simulation is. All we know is simulations exist for many, many different reasons, and it could be one of a multitude of reasons behind the simulation, which I could never even begin to suggest why. But being inside the simulation, we do have certain things that point to it being a simulation. The interference pattern effect, DNA, the Planck size, time dilation, all these things individually and together suggest this is a program. This is a it's some sort of simulation. It's some sort of program that is way beyond our understanding. We've got to accept our own limitations. On the grander scale of things, we are barely evolved monkeys, that are still flinging rocks at each other, right? So the rocks we use nowadays are atomic bombs and cruise missiles and stuff, but we are on the grander, the grand relative scale of things, we are quite a, basic species, aren't we? You know what I mean? We've got a lot of advancements to do. A lot of our advancements have come along very, very recently. If you look at technology, there's been more advancements in technology in the last 50 years than there were in the history of time leading up to it, based on our civilization. Now, you could, I'm not provoking arguments down the line of ancient civilizations that may have been lost over time. I'm not going down that road, but to our civilization, there's been more advancements in technologies in the last 50 years than there's been in the last history of time. So we are still learning, we're still starting, and there are a lot of things, like we said earlier, there's a lot of things even we could do, but are limited by energy. We do not have the energy to do it. So yeah, I don't want to. This is why I don't want to never say never. The more we try to understand it, the harder it becomes to understand. Yeah, I mean, like, again, don't try and understand the why behind it, because you'll just start hitting your head against a brick wall, pretty much, if you try and figure out the why. Sometimes the why doesn't matter. Just enjoy the fact that this is as real to us as it needs to be, doesn't it? So it's good. Even if this is a simulation, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Because there's some good times, isn't there? Even life's a bit of an old game, isn't it? But yeah, we have good times from time to time, don't we? The more we try to, BBA, I just need the equivalent silver piece. There you go, man. Is that me? But no, different band. The more we try, yeah. Need to know what's being simulated to spot a simulation in the first place. Why? How so? I mean, you've come in quite late, Space Miner. We went through a lot earlier on that we covered. But I'm saying why it suggests we're in a simulation. It would be too much to go through all over again. People would have to go back and watch it from the beginning. But you don't need to know what's being simulated to be part of a simulation. Do you think video game characters know that they're a video game character? It doesn't stop them being a video game character and existing within a simulation. It doesn't, why do we have to know? Why would we have to know? You know, it's a bit similar to what Dave was saying earlier about the fact that I'm saying it's a simulation proves it's not a simulation, but it doesn't, because I can say anything I want. It doesn't. It by no way does it actually suggest any evidence that it's not. Reality happens in the mind to an extent. To an extent, reality does happen in the mind, and you're not wrong at all, Jerry. Absolutely. And this is something I used to say, there's not one Earth out there, there's 7 billion Earths out there, because the Earth is different to everybody that's on here. You know what I mean? We all experience the planet in a different way, because reality is in our mind and we see things differently. So you're absolutely not wrong there. I'm not saying it was aliens. I'm not saying it was aliens. I'm just asking questions. That's that guy from Ancient Aliens. He's the guy who took over from Erich von Däniken, isn't he? Chariots of the Gods and all that. And he studied under Erich von Däniken and kind of took over in the show as he went on later on. Let's have a look what Bill said. Bacon sandwiches are proof we live in a simulation. Think about it. Crisp and cured pork. Slap it between 2 button slices of bread, and suddenly every major problem in your day temporarily dissolves. That isn't basic chemistry or human biology. That is a developer lazy hard coding a universal health pack cheat into the source code. That's brilliant. I love that. No, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. So look, where we? Where are we? Sorry. Loads. I'm way behind, so I'm not going to catch up tonight. I'll go as far as I can, guys. Why though, Minor? If we don't know the objective reality, we are unable to suppose a simulation of objective reality. No, we would be a result of said simulation. We are not creating the simulation. We're within the simulation. You know, why would we need to know the objective reality behind it? We wouldn't. You know, there's no reason we would necessarily need to know that at all. We're subject to something. John Lewis put a man on the moon. Well done, Paul, for the simulation that made you win the Silverpunk auction. Absolutely. Maybe you're dreaming in my head. Look, you know, we're getting on to this is getting down a very philosophical road now. But again, you know, the basis of reality is very subjective and very questionable. And maybe this is all a dream in in my head or your head. You know, who knows? Again, but that's not exactly what we're talking about. And it goes a little, that's going too fringe. And it's like I said at the beginning, I don't want to go into fringe science. You know, the arguments I've given are based in actual proven science. None of it's fringe. It's all very accepted science, and that's what I want to stick in. I want to try and just keep away from the fringe theories a little bit, because they muddy. You know, I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying they muddy the water a little bit. BV, I'll take it. I'll take any help. How do we know simulated silver without knowing actual silver first? Well, we wouldn't, would we, mate? And how do we know there is such a thing as silver? How do we know that silver isn't just something that just lives that exists in our simulation? You know, we are constrained to our simulation. We have no perception of what would happen outside of our simulation. This is why we have to at the beginning of this conversation, we have to stop and accept that we are limited in a lot of ways, and there are answers we may never know. That has to be accepted, but I think that can be accepted by both sides. I think, you know, we can all agree that there are going to be answers that none of us can ever, you know, there's going to be questions that none of us can ever give the answer to. But that doesn't necessarily disprove the fact that it's a simulation, nor does it prove the fact that, you know, silver, if it was a simulation, if it were a simulation, whether silver would actually exist outside the simulation, or what is occurring outside the simulation could be absolutely completely different. You know, it's like we said earlier, the laws of physics could only be applied to this simulation. They may not exist outside of it. What evidence? So the evidence weren't true earlier, mate. I'm just going to, for anyone who's coming across later and wasn't here at the beginning, these are the evidences I've gone through. It's the first one is the interference pattern. And the interference pattern, when observed, particles act like waves. When unobserved, particles act like waves. When observed, scientists placed a tiny detector next to the slits to spy on which hole the particle actually went through. The moment that detector turned on, the moment the particles were observed, the particles completely changed their behavior. They stopped acting like waves and began acting like tiny physical bullets, passing through only one slit and leaving just 2 slits on the wall. Now that is very similar to computer programs. It goes on what something that Nerd said earlier, that for a computer to be powerful enough to produce our universe as a simulation, it would have to be larger than our universe to do it. Which is why a lot of computer programs, mainly games, and it was something that was originally developed by Crash Bandicoot, they won't load everything. They don't have everything loaded at the same time. It's just an area around the parts that's being used that gets loaded. So i.e. the observable universe acts in one way, the unobservable universe acts in a different way, a kind of standby mode, which means it's not using processing power, but the second it gets observed, the particles actually completely change for no reason. We know it happens, we don't know why it happens. No scientist has a clue why, but it is a known phenomenon, and it is something that exists in simulations, i.e. video games and other software as well. But when software becomes very large and complex, one of the ways developers get around that is by only loading so much at a time, i.e. the observable universe at any given time. DNA. DNA is quite literally a digital 4-letter code that writes software for physical matter. Computer software uses a binary code of 0s and 1s to instruct a silicon processor to render pixels, run apps, or display a video game. Human biology uses a quaternary code of A, T, C, and G, adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine, to instruct our cellular machinery to build proteins, organs, and consciousness. When you look at DNA through the lens of simulated theory, the parallels to computer engineering are staggering, to the point that Bill Gates, creator of Microsoft, one of the largest computer software developing companies on the planet, even Bill Gates says the genome, DNA, is basically just a super advanced code. It's just a form of computer coding, but it's super advanced. The next one we go to the Plancks. The Planck being the smallest measurement of space and also the smallest measurement of time, which basically means the universe has a ratio and a frame rate. You would think if it wasn't a simulation, if this was just a base reality, you would be able to zoom in and then zoom in again and then zoom in again, and that would be infinite and you would never be able to stop. You'd just be able to keep zooming because it's just a reality. That is not possible. You cannot get any smaller than a Planck. A Planck acts basically exactly the same way as a pixel does. You can't go smaller than a pixel on a picture. You can't go smaller than a Planck in the universe. A Planck in the sense of time, again, is the shortest measurement of time possible. You cannot go, again, you would think if we were just in a fluid reality, you would be able to take that unit, half it, take that half and half it again, take that, and you'd be able to, for infinity. You would never be able to stop because you're in a fluid reality. It doesn't work like that. It works like a video where you get frame rates. The universe actually has a set frame rate and ratio, just like our videos do. The last piece of evidence I've given is Einstein's theory of time dilation. Now, this is the theory that time acts differently depending on the speed you are traveling or the mass you are near. So if you approach the speed of light, time starts really slowing down. Same if you get near to a black hole, time really starts slowing down. Time gets really, really slow. It's almost like you're overloading a computer system. you're moving too fast, or you're putting too much complex matter in one space. It's too much for the simulation to process, and it causes a literal universal lag. Literal universal lag. You know, and these, again, aren't fringe theory. It's not fringe science. These are things that have been proven through science. We have a universal lag. We have a universal frame rate. We have a universal ratio. We are all biological matter. Every single biological matter in the known universe is constructed from basically a computer code, and also only the parts of the universe that are being observed act in the way that they're being observed. The rest of the universe is basically in standby mode. Now, this to me is quite a bit of evidence that it's a simulation. You know what I mean? It's quite a bit of evidence right there. And as I'm saying, this all suggests that we're in a simulation. Now, if you were telling me, right, well, you can keep zooming in forever, it's infinite, you can just keep zooming in forever, that would suggest we're in a fluid reality. The suggestion there would be a fluid reality, because there's nothing there that's breaking it down, but it doesn't do that. It suggests that we're in a simulation because it acts just like a frame rate. It acts just like a screen ratio. It acts just like a computer program being run. That's exactly the way our universe literally acts right now. I argue the simulation is unfounded based on our lack of affirmation of supposed reality. But what's your argument? I mean, it's all right saying I argue it, but what is the argument against it? You know, I've just given you a synopsis of what my arguments are for it. What you're telling me is, you know, we can't understand the simulation, so we're not in a simulation. It's nothing to do with what we can understand. You know what I mean? We haven't created this simulation. We're not even saying humans have created a simulation. We're not even saying this is a simulation of what reality is. You know, we're just saying that the evidence is there, suggests that it's a computer program. It's just the evidence is literally there. It suggests that it is, and there's no evidence that suggests that it's not. Is what I'm saying. Let's have a look. People lick the like button. It doesn't. Yes, please do, guys. I have, you know, whether agree or disagree is fine. My objective here isn't to try and change your mind. My objective here is to have a fun chat, to have an interesting debate. And if you think we're having an interesting debate, click the like button, hit the like, however you want to say it, and let me know, because I've obviously put a bit of research in this. I've gone through, I've looked into all my arguments and got my basis of my arguments here. So I would appreciate if you don't mind. What did he say to you? Who's that, Looms? Who's that? I'm hoping to last long enough to be able to be downloaded just into a robot body before I die. I think it's about 30 years away. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? We're getting very Black Mirror there, aren't we? You know what I mean? I think there's literally an episode of Black Mirror that goes along those lines. Yeah, it's like a boyfriend, isn't it? She loses a boyfriend and she gets like a sim replacement. Hey, Cy, how you doing, mate? Great to see you. Lisa, thanks for joining us as well. Fantastic to see you here. No, Lisa, now this is something I said at the beginning. Now, simulation theory doesn't actually detract from religion. If anything, it helps support religion, because if it is a simulation, I'm using the word simulation because it's the closest word we have in our language. If it is a simulation, that simulation had to have been created by somebody, a higher being, because we know the simulation we're in is not, you know, a being on our level is not capable of creating it. It would have to have been created by a higher being. So if anything, the simulation theory supports the fact that there is a deity out there and there is a God, and the God is the person or thing that designed what we're living in. But I'm loosely referring to as a simulation because, as I say, it's the closest word I have available at my in my arsenal. So, you know, it doesn't say, you know, Jesus tells you it's not, you know what I mean? What Jesus does tell you is that the earth was created by God. It was created in 7 days and he created it. And what I said at the beginning is like, it might just be the case that as a species, we're just becoming advanced enough to start to recognize the traces of where it was created. So I don't think it's necessarily a case that Jesus tells you it's not. I know I'm using the word simulation, and that may seem counter what your religion is, but again, don't get caught up on the actual word simulation. You know what I mean? This is a thing. What I'm saying is, we are living in a created reality. You know, is what is fundamentally what I'm saying, and that doesn't, you know, go against any form of religion. You know what I mean? What evidence? We've just gone through the evidence again. Let's have a look. Would be good, Zeus. I'd like that. But again, you know, if it's a clone, we're talking about going back to consciousness. What is consciousness? You could recreate it, but it's not a continuation of consciousness. So although there would be something else there that would very much like you, very, very much like you, it wouldn't actually be you, and it wouldn't be a continuation of your consciousness. Now, we could actually do it. I reckon we could actually get very, very close to doing it right now. I think if you gave an AI access to every message you've ever sent, every interaction you've ever made online, I think that AI would probably create a very similar personality to your actual personality based on all the interactions, just like in the Black Mirror episode. I think if you fed it enough of who you are, I think it would get very close based on the technology we already have if you gave it enough memory to do it. Yeah, who knows? Mad scientist on the 𝗵𝗵𝗁𝗀𝗃 Thanks, Nessie. Loving it. Some say the biggest conspiracy is BB-8 is AI. I believe it. I know. I've met BB-8. The biggest conspiracy is that BB-8 can't actually ride his clown bike, and it's all CGI. I go away for 2 weeks and TSC turns into Alex Jones. No, man, I think, come on. Alex Jones is crossing the line a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, Alex Jones was, once upon a time I might have accepted that, but he went too far. You know, when you start saying school shootings, that obviously absolutely happened. When you start saying they didn't happen, the amount of people that they affect, you know, Alex Jones is a bit too much of an insult. But I get what you're saying, fair play. So look, anyway, it's your fault. Well, no, I put it to the vote, guys. I said, do you fancy a trip down conspiracy corner today? I'd like to properly respond to a question that Silverpunk gave me some time ago, which was, what conspiracy do I believe in the most? And I've given you the evidence as to why I believe it. So, so prove me wrong, guys. Prove me wrong. Come on. This is your job. They turned freaking... Exactly, Barra. Exactly, Barra. Evening, everyone. What's going on here? Water turn frogs. Get out of here with the Alex Jones references. I told you, the man's diabolical. All frogs, all animals are a little bit gay. All animals are a little bit gay. Come on. You know, how many times have you seen a dog try and hump another dog? I've even seen lady dogs try and hump other lady dogs. What they were trying to do, I don't know, but it happens, all right? It happens all throughout nature. Things have urges, and we try and get rid of those urges by doing stuff, all right? That's all we're going to say on that matter. TSC is fading out. He must be for simulation. This is what I'm saying. It's simulation, guys. Simulation. Happy frogs, then. That's what the crack, eh? Yeah. Happy frogs. That's what we're saying. Simulated mind would lack the resource of cognitive tools to exist. Why would it? Beyond this simulation, it can only exist within its frame of reference. Okay, I'm telling you, we only exist in this frame of reference within the simulation. We don't exist outside of the simulation. Why would a simulation mind lack the resource and cognitive tools to exist? And by the way, I'm not saying we exist beyond the simulation. That's one thing I'm definitely not saying. I'm saying we exist inside the simulation. You know, I'm not saying there's a TSC out there outside the simulation and a simulated TSC inside. I'm saying the universe is simulated. And we don't exist outside the simulation, we exist within it. So again, it doesn't disprove what I'm saying, because that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm in the simulation and outside of it. I'm saying I'm within the simulation, and there's nothing stopping a simulated mind, which is what I'm saying, you know. Minds can be simulated to an extent. We're already simulating them to an extent. You know, AI is a simulated mind to an extent. you know, because it makes decisions. You can ask it a question. It won't give you the answer it was told to give you when it was programmed. It will give you the answer based on the information it's learned, because AI is a learning program, you know. So again, I'm not saying, you know, I'm not saying you're wrong in what you're saying, but what I'm saying is I'm not saying we're a simulated mind that lives outside this, beyond the simulation. I'm saying we live within the simulation. Got some LMUK and GSH pieces too. Very nice, Paul. Very, very nice. I've got you know, I've got a couple of the Louis. I really like the poker chips they did for Stackers Social. My favourite Silverpunk piece, very, very apt for tonight, is the floppy disks for the Matrix. It's got the entire Matrix saved on the silver floppy disk he poured, and then GSH is one that's always on show. I've always got one of his pieces on show. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 large pieces from GSH. All of them fantastic artists. They really are. Organ transplant patients becoming cyclists, people fluently speaking another language during recovery. I'm not disputing that again, but I don't think that proves it is or is not reality, you know, simulation. I don't think it's an argument for either side. You know, there are absolutely cases where genetic memories have been suggested to be contained in not only the brain but in other parts of the body as well, because when people have had transplants, they've taken on and adopted mannerisms of the person from whom they had the transplant. That's absolutely true. People fluently speaking another language during recovery, again, absolutely true. These things happen, absolutely they do happen, but I don't think it suggests whether or not it's simulated or not. I think it's a phenomenon that exists in the world, but I don't think it necessarily has to be linked to the simulation. Very interesting though, and something that is a very interesting topic of conversation. We get all the answers when we die. Maybe, or maybe we don't. Maybe we don't. I hope so. I'd like to think we do. That would be awesome if we do get all the answers when we die. But I couldn't tell you 100% for sure. Does that mean I'm a frog, says Shiny Shiny? You tell me. That doesn't, like, yeah. I don't think all frogs are gay, or all gays are frogs. You know what I mean? Even if all frogs are gay, you know, just because all frogs are gay doesn't mean that all gays are frogs. It's that old, you know. Or just because all love boats are boats doesn't mean all boats are love boats, Dave. If you know what I mean. Nemo Newsmatic, hope you had a good simulated Saturday, mate. Come on, don't belittle me. Don't mock me for being honest about my opinions, guys. Come on. Let's have a genuine debate about it. I say that we'll know when we get there. Live in the moment as much as you can, enjoy life. And Baraba, I agree with that. And then, like I'm saying, you know, even if it's a created reality, if it's a base fluid reality, it doesn't matter. The way we interact with it, it's just as real as it was. You know what I mean? Don't let that affect you, and still keep living life the way you want to. If we evolved from monkeys, how come they're still monkeys? But why are there other monkeys? You know, like what you're saying is there should only be one type of monkey, and then that type of monkey should become a human, and then maybe no other monkeys left. But that's not how evolution works. You know, like look at dogs, cats, horses, so many other different types of mammals that have different variants of the species. You know, even to an extent humans. You know, I'm not touching on a racial matter here. I'm not, you know, all people are born equal and all that, but biologically we are different. You know, that is, you know, not objectively true, not subjectively, objectively true, if you know what I mean. And I'm not casting aspersions or anything, but I'm just touching on something that is a scientific fact. So, you know, why is it not possible that one species of monkeys evolved where others evolved in different ways, in slower ways? You know, there's a lot of evidence out there that gene types can have a lot of different variants, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I would suppose we are closer to an incomplete participant in a greater reality, and we misinterpreted the evidence as replica rather than participle. Yeah, get more close to what I'm saying, mate, for sure. You know, and yeah, incomplete in the fact that it's still ongoing and it's still running, isn't it? So it would be incomplete. But no, you know, again, I'm not. What I'm saying is, you know, we are contained within. We're not in and out. So it doesn't disprove or you know affirm your earlier argument. It's just a different. A difference in what I'm talking about. We are the aliens. Again, this is another theory that we are the aliens and we didn't originate here. And there's evidences behind that. I don't think, you know, stuff like that. I don't think have evidences that are as strong, genuinely strong as the evidences I've given today. I think this is one of the conspiracy theories out there that has some of the genuinely strongest evidence supporting it. Now, there's no, yeah, that proves it 1,000,000%. But a lot of things I've said today suggest it is. They absolutely do suggest it is for reasons I've suggested. But you know, it's hard to find something that even like isn't like, aha, I've got you, but it doesn't even suggest. In reality, you know, but again, it wouldn't, you know, objectively, life's going to be exactly the same. Talking about mannerisms, they've done organ transplants where the recipients took on the habits, traits of the donor, which is extraordinary. It absolutely is extraordinary, Dave. Absolutely is extraordinary, and it's a very interesting topic for sure. For sure. Basically, what I was saying earlier, but I've only just got to your comment there. But yeah, very, very. Very interesting, and it is true. You know, there's been organ transplant donors that have adopted mannerisms, which they shouldn't do. And there's this suggestion that memories aren't just contained to the brain, and there are genetic memories that exist in different parts of the body as well. It's kind of like when you see animals doing something instinctively, where they're never shown and never taught to do it, but all animals of that species will do it instinctively. It's kind of like a genetic kind of memory, isn't it? Theory of evolution is a myth to an extent. Now, Charles Darwin himself actually made a huge retraction of the theory of evolution. Now, part of Darwin's thesis of the theory of evolution was that if you left a caterpillar, I think this is pretty much paraphrasing what he said, if you left a caterpillar for a long enough period of time, it could evolve into a whale. And he retracted that because it's not how evolution works. And evolution, what we now later to believe evolution to be is, it's not necessarily as slow as we once thought it was. And it reacts to environmental changes within the world. And there's been cases of rapid evolution known to have been seen. Now, not necessarily, and I'm not just talking about, you know, rearing, and you know, when they only pick certain animals because they have certain traits. That obviously develops very rapid results because you're playing God to an extent where you're picking which of the animals mate to, you know, to favour certain traits, and then you take out only ones that favour that certain trait, and then you mate them, and then again, and you keep doing it, and it concentrates it, and that's why you've got cows out there that look like they've been taking steroids for the last 2 years of their life, and they're just insanely muscular. I'm talking about things that have happened in the natural world. There was a species of either a moth or a butterfly, and a species of fish that I can think of that both shown rapid evolution, where the species just changed pretty much overnight based on, you know, original evolutionary theory. But yeah, evolution is a big question and doesn't work necessarily how you've been told it works, and a species will remain unchanged or has potential to remain unchanged for millennia. And we have examples of that. We have sharks, we have crocodiles, living dinosaurs, they're known as. They've been around for millions of years and they've never actually changed, right? They've had so long to evolve. but they didn't need to. They didn't need to evolve, so they don't. And it's not until a species has a reason or a need to evolve that they would. So like if a planet temperature cooled, all of a sudden you would see like the more hairier examples of a species passing on their traits, and then the species will get hairier and hairier because they're the ones that wouldn't die during the night because we've frozen to death, because we've got a bit more hair than the other ones, so we've got a bit more insulation, you know what I mean? So evolution only works when there's a driving force behind it, and species can happily, and we know for a fact, can happily sit there for millions and millions, not millennia, millions of years without being changed. Absolutely. Evolution isn't a constant, you know, it isn't a something that's definitely going to happen, if you know what I mean. Look at the moon, don't look at the finger. Look at the moon, look at the moon, don't look at the finger. Yeah. Talking about mannerisms, yeah, we've done that one. Theory of validity, yep. Speak for yourself, Queen Nessie, I'm a god. Yeah, but so is Nessie as well, so I don't know what to say on that one. Nessie is a god of the paintbrush. Wait till you see, guys. She's working on some fantastic stuff for now. I've got to find where I was again. The point I made wasn't about. Hold on 1 second. I want to get to that. Question: if we live in a simulation, how would we all know what chicken smells like, and do we have the same smell for chicken? Well, for one, there's no way of knowing you're smelling the same thing as I am when we both smell chicken. I might be smelling something completely different to you, but for all of our lives, when we smelled that, whatever smell you're smelling, we were told it's chicken, so we individually identify that smell, whatever it is you're smelling, as chicken. It's like colours. I don't know that the colour I'm seeing is the same colour as what you're seeing. What I see as red might be what you see as blue. But our whole lives, we've pointed to specific objects and said, well, that's a peach colour, that's yellow. Now, we might be seeing those colours completely different, backwards. Like you might be seeing the peach as what I'm seeing as yellow, and vice versa. But because we will always point to that, and you can't describe a colour by other than using the colour, because we can point to that and say that is yellow, that's how we all recognise it. So regardless of what you're smelling, we've all been told your whole life that is the smell of chicken, and that's why everyone knows the smell of chicken. And we don't know that we are smelling the same thing, because we can't. There's no way of quantifying it and actually putting down exactly how we're smelling, we're tasting, smelling, or seeing colours. But it's through taught actions. Good to have you back, 𝗕𝗂. I'll shut up. I'm so late. Glad you're having a good conversation. No, I appreciate it, Space Man. And I think, to be honest with you, I think that the problem is you came in a bit late and you missed a few things. So I appreciate what you're saying. I thank you for getting involved. But yeah, no, it's good to have you here, mate. Do we smell the same smell? That's kind of what I was saying, 𝗕𝗂, isn't it? I think you're saying kind of the same thing, that we don't know we are smelling the same thing. We just know that it's chicken because we're told it's chicken. Don't know about the chicken, but my dog has gas. Yeah, that's a universal constant. All dogs will have gas at some point. Stinky little things they are, aren't they? I was washing my pots earlier. I was like, oh, that's not the drains. And I looked down. He was looking up at me all guilty, like, oh, I don't know what you're looking at. Bless him. Won't stop panting. I know. Well, yeah, but bless for dogs at this time. It's so hot. I'm struggling, and I'm not covered in insulating fur, am I? You know what I mean? So I do feel for little buggers. If a chicken smells like a fish, it's a fish. 𝗵𝗶𝗃. No. I've come to know from experience that things can smell a little bit fishy. It don't necessarily mean that they are fish. You sound like that Muppet chef or something. Phenomenon. Do. The smallest that we're aware of. No, it's not. That's what we're saying. You cannot go smaller than a plank. And this is what I'm saying. It's not that it's the smallest that we're aware of. you cannot go smaller than a Planck. That's what I'm saying. That's what science has discovered, which is what, you know, on the other side, and that's specifically not what I was saying. That's like the smallest thing we've discovered is a Planck. No, science has discovered that you cannot go smaller than a Planck. It starts to become, the universe starts to become pixelated, literally like a picture when you zoom in too much, when you get to a certain size, and that size is a Planck, and it basically makes a grid in the universe, just like pixels do when you zoom on a picture. And it's not the smallest we're aware of. We are aware that it is the smallest, which is why it's interesting, and which is what makes it so interesting. But there's no quantifiable empirical evidence to support this. Right. What I'm saying is, and all the evidence I've given you is quantifiable, mate. It is quantifiable. It's not fringe science. It's accepted science, and it's all quantifiable. It doesn't prove it without a shadow of a doubt, but it suggests it. And I'm saying, where's even the evidence suggesting that it's not? You know, and that's what I'm welcoming and asking for. But it is what I'm talking about is quantifiable. It absolutely is quantifiable. We know for a fact that the interference pattern happens. We don't know why, but it's been quantified. You know, we have shot particles at slits when they're unobserved, and they create a wave pattern. And then we've observed them, and they create a scatter pattern. It's been quantified. It absolutely has. DNA. We know that DNA is a quaternary code. It's been quantified. We know we've cracked the genome. We know this. Planck length, quantifiable. We know for a fact that you get down to a certain size and it becomes basically a pixelated picture, and everything becomes blocky. Planck length in time, quantifiable. We know that that is the shortest amount of time possible. We know that. And Einstein's time dilation, quantifiable. We've sent atomic clocks into space. We've synced 2 atomic clocks, kept one on Earth and sent one in space where it's further away from gravity, brought it back, and it had a slower time to it. Very, very minutely slower, but these are atomic clocks and should not be any different whatsoever. And this is what I'm saying, these are all quantifiable facts. They're not fringe science. Yes, they're quantifiable by people that are so much more intelligent than I am. And as I said at the beginning of the show, I am standing on the shoulders of giants using all this information I'm using for my argument. I absolutely am standing on the shoulders of giants. I wouldn't have been capable of, you know, discovering half of this, but it has been discovered and it has been quantified. And that's what I'm saying, Sovereign Hall. You know, that's the difference here. This is why this is different for me to other conspiracy theories. And this is why this is a conspiracy theory I believe above other ones, because the evidence that we've got that suggests it is quantifiable. It's not, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not like completely, you know, overwhelming. It's not, you know, it proves it without a shadow of a doubt, but it suggests it, and it's quantifiable. 𝗕𝗂𝗃𝗃, the atom was the smallest, then came quarks. Yes, they were the smallest we could discover at the time. Okay, but that's the difference. Okay, we're not saying that this is the smallest we've been able to discover. We're saying things start to break down afterwards. You know, you can't go any smaller. You know, it's been proven. Again, you know, I welcome you to do your research on it yourself. It's been proven by people that are far more intelligent than I am and would be able to explain it a lot better than I can. But the research and the information is there, and you know that is the difference between a Planck and an atom. Yes, at one point, a grain of sand was the smallest thing we could see because we hadn't invented magnifying glasses yet. You know, germ theory wasn't even created until like what, the 1800s. You know what I mean? It's like it was a drop in time when we started inventing magnifying glasses and seeing actual like germs and cellular life. And then at that point, that was the smallest thing. And then, you know, we went down to molecules, which are a combination of particles. Like water is a molecule. You'll have a molecule of water because it's 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen, or intertwined. And then you've got particles. I mean, a particle is the smallest you can get of a substance, and then you get smaller than that, and you get down to atoms, etc. And then you break down the atom, you find that an atom is actually a nucleus, an electron, and the other one. And so, you know, yeah, you're absolutely right. But this is the difference. Whereas what I'm saying is, we have proven that you can't go any lower than you can't go any further than a Planck. We've proven that, you know, it's not possible to do it, which you would think is. You would think it would just be a limitation on our capabilities, and that would suggest we're in a fluid reality. That absolutely would suggest we're in a fluid reality. That would be something we could put on that side, but we can't, because it actually proves the other. You know, we've got evidence that you can only go so small. There is a fixed fixed ratio to the universe. It's fixed. You can't change it. You can't get any smaller. The point I made wasn't about the size of our universe. It was about simulating quantum mechanics and subatomic states. Just that alone means the computer would have to be larger than our universe. Yeah, but only if it's calculating all that at the same time, mate. You know what I mean? And that's the point I was making. That the simulation doesn't have to be calculating the whole universe at the same time. In fact, the evidence we've got suggests it isn't, because of the interference pattern problem. That suggests that the universe is only running so much of it. The parts of it needs to run at the times it's running it. But also, secondly to that, we don't know the nature of the machine that's running the simulation. It's like I've said. The laws of physics, for the purpose of this argument, for all we know, the laws of physics, they only apply to us within the simulation. They don't necessarily have to apply to what's outside the simulation. So yes, what you're saying is an absolute law for us. It doesn't disprove what I'm saying, because our laws of physics exist to us. They don't necessarily exist to what would be outside of it. Just like you could create a program and you program the laws and what that program can and can't do. You've created that. That program then has to live by a set of laws you've placed upon it, but you, the person who's programmed it, don't have to apply those same set of laws to yourself, if you know what I mean. Laws of physics may just be a piece of software that stops the system from crashing. You know what I mean? It may be something to do with that, which again, the interference pattern would suggest it is. Would actually suggest that it is. So I do know what you're saying, Nerd. I absolutely get what you're saying. But for those two reasons, I don't think it's like it definitely suggests it's not a simulation. You know what I mean? For two reasons. One, we're not saying it has to run the entire simulation at the same time. It can make those calculations on a much smaller level. But also, if it is a simulation, there's nothing to say that what's outside the simulation is bound by the same laws of physics that we are, and could be completely different. And this is where we go back into it doesn't disprove religion, because what is outside the simulation and what created it could be tantamount to what is a god. It could be pretty much the same thing. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's like dinosaurs and dragons, isn't it? It's like I've said my whole life, for the history of mankind, we've talked about giant lizards being called dragons, and science didn't accept it. And then all of a sudden in the 1800s, we discover the fossilized bones of giant lizards. And so we turn around and say, yeah, dragons definitely don't exist. These are called dinosaurs. And it's basically a dragon, mate. It's a giant lizard, all right. You should have just said, we've discovered the bones of a dragon. Here it is. And this was what dragons are actually like. We thought, there's lots of books about them breathing fire and flying, but not all of them flew. We don't have any evidence they could breathe fire, but some of them flew. Pterodactyls flew, but some of them were land dragons, and there's no reason, literally no reason why that first skeleton wasn't called, it should have been called a dragon. It should really have been called a dragon based on what a dragon is. And yeah, the definition of what a dragon is should have been tweaked very slightly based upon it, but you know, it basically is the same thing, isn't it? Theory was that it was a big squeeze and not a big bang. Look it up. There's a lot of theories like that. There's like the theory of a big crunch as well, where it's the universe expands till it can't expand anymore, and then it starts to contract back onto itself, a bit like a rubber band. You stretch it and stretch it and stretch it until it can't stretch anymore, then it comes back on itself, and the universe comes back on itself to such a point where it can no longer sustain itself, causes a massive eruption, a big bang, and it all starts all over again. There's a lot of different theories about that, and there's obviously a lot of there's an endless number of theories we could discuss tonight, absolutely, and a lot of them that have been brought up have been super interesting, but it's just not necessarily what we're talking about. I've now started naming people after shops. You could be next. That's what we like. That's what I like. Well done, Dave. TC, I got to ask at this point, do you recognise 0 as a numeric value or a figment of concept? I mean, I think it's more of a figment of concept, isn't it, really? It's an interesting one. It's a very interesting one. 0's this cheeky little bugger that just sits there, you know, pretending like it's just any normal. It's not just a normal number at all. It was, you know, it was actually only invented very recently. Once again, 0 was invented, I believe, by an Indian fellow. Invented 0. 0 gets more complicated the more you look at it. Okay, and on face value, it's a number. It's the number before 1, and between 1 and -1, and to have a 1 and a -1. You know, we kind of need to have something between it, and that 0 occupies that space. But by definition, it is nothing, and nothing doesn't exist. So, in one respect, it is a figment of concept because it is literally a nothingness. So it only exists as a concept. But again, for maths to work, it has to exist as well. Or everything just starts breaking down. But got to start throwing 0 at me, Space Miner. It's a good one, that is. And guys, you might not realise it, but 0 is such a complicated subject. It really is. And I encourage you to look into it if you haven't. Einstein designed a blouse. Did he? Did he really? That's interesting. The shorted measurement of time is the time it takes my wife to say what you've been buying every time the postman knocks, as opposed to the longest period of time, which is the time it takes your wife to get ready every time you're trying to go out. I'm guessing. I like it. No, good one, Zeus. I like that one. Bobby Boop, the number you have dialed has not been recognised. Please hang up and try again. Yeah, remember that one. You get that less and less nowadays, don't you? Time is a human concept. Right, okay, so time is a human concept, but it is also a force of nature as well. Okay, so what I'm saying to you is, if we had never ever come up with the concept of time, you would still age, because time would still be having an effect on you, regardless of whether or not we had the concept of time, or the Gregorian calendar, or the solar-based clock, etc. You know, these are all concepts we've invented, yes, to an extent, but they didn't come into creation because we invented the concept. We invented the concept to match the force of nature that was already happening around us, if you know what I mean. So yeah, you're right, but also there's a little bit more to it than that. A year would still be a year if we didn't have a year. It would still take us, you know, the equivalent of a year to go once round the sun. You know, the time it takes to do that would be unchanged, regardless of whether or not we had any concept of it or not. It's the time it takes my wife to go from Crabbit to feral.
I've swallowed a physics book. I just find this stuff really interesting, that's all. 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗺𝗃 time flies like an arrow, fruit flies like a banana. Fruit flies the size of a banana? Jesus Christ, you don't want to be dealing with them, do you? Bloody fruit flies, we do my head in enough. Proven is quite a strong word for these theories. No, they're not theories, mate. You know, the interference pattern happens. It's not a theory. It's been observed. It happens. DNA, we've cracked the genome. It's been proven, mate. It's not a theory anymore. It's proven science. Planck lengths have been proven. They're not theories. You know, so it's not a strong word for what I'm saying, mate. Do the research, look it up. These have been proven. You know, I don't think it is a strong word at all. You know, we know it's been proven that all biological matter consists of DNA. It's been proven that DNA is a quaternary code of A, T, C, and G. It's been proven that particles, when observed, will react in a scatter pattern, and when not observed, will react in a wave pattern. These have all been proven, mate. Honestly, they have been proven. And this is why I'm saying this is, in many ways, very different to a lot of other conspiracy theories that exist in fringe sciences. What I'm saying to you is not fringe science, it's mainstream science, it's proven science. And I'm saying that if you start putting them together, if you start taking the little pieces of a jigsaw and you start interlacing them together, it starts telling you a story. And that story, although it doesn't prove the theory I'm talking about, it does suggest it. Now, that's what's not proven is it is a simulation. That is absolutely not proven, and the evidence I've given doesn't prove it. Evidence can suggest one thing, but it doesn't mean that's what happened, if you know what I mean. You know, the evidence suggests that, but in reality, something really different happened. But what I'm saying is there's nothing there that's, you know, making it more likely to be reality than it is a simulation. When you start looking at things on the core scales, when you start breaking things down to the absolutes, you know. Lies flow like the river, but the truth burns. It's true more times when it's not, isn't it? Let's be honest. Think about it. It's absolutely impossible to disprove this theory. It's impossible to disprove it, and it's impossible to prove it, really, to an extent. What I'm saying is the evidence I'm giving suggests that it is, and quite heavily suggests it is, to a spooky amount, you know. And the more you look into it, the more you see it is rather spooky, because again, these aren't fringe theories. These are things that science has proven. We might not know why it happens, but we know it happens. It's like gravity. We know gravity exists. We know what it does, but we don't have any idea what it is or how it works. You know, it's another one of these questions. So it's like saying, "Oh, gravity's not been proven because we don't know how it works." No, gravity's been proven because I throw something up, it comes back down. You know, it's been proven time and time again. We just don't know how it works or why it works. Dan, common character limitation cut short for fullness of concept of description. Fair enough, mate. If we are in a simulation, everything you appeal to as evidence that we are is a simulation can't be trusted. Yes, but if it was a fluid reality, it wouldn't be there either. You know, the fact that it's simulated and it wouldn't be real, it would be simulated. The simulation is simulated, so therefore doesn't show evidence. Doesn't necessarily ring true. You know, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that it makes it any less of a simulation because it's simulated and it's not real, you know, if you know what I mean. My lower back has just went into standby mode again and froze. I'm waiting for it to crash. Fair play. Lambs to the left of me, mutton to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. I love that. I felt bad for parents nowadays. You have to be able to explain the birds and the bees, the bees and the birds, the bees and the bees, the birds and the birds, the birds that used to be bees, bees that used to be birds, the birds that look like bees, plus bees that look like birds, but still got to say, I'm not get out of here without I'm not touching it. Let's have a look where we were. Yeah, and so I fully concede that, you know, we can't prove it one way or the other, but what I'm saying is, like, we've got evidence here that supports it and suggests it, and you know, it's quite interesting when you look into it. If we honestly did that one, done that one. Theory in the scientific sense means it is proven.
yes, no. So, okay, so you're right, Ď. I'm not saying you're wrong. Theory is a lot stronger than people maybe think it is. A scientific theory has to have a lot of supporting information there for it to be considered a theorem. Okay, you can't just say, oh, you can't just make up a theory like that and it's the theory of this. And I know people try and do that, but for something to actually become a proper scientific theory, it has to be peer reviewed. You have to produce your thesis, and that thesis then has to be peer reviewed, and then it will be pulled apart with tweezers. And you're right, you know, although a lot of theories aren't proven to the point where you like there's the, you know, it is very, very highly, it's like this theory of simulation, you know, there's a lot of evidence behind it. I'm not just plucking from thin air, but so you're absolutely right on that one. That theory doesn't just mean someone's plucked something up. This means there's a lot of backing behind it. If we were in a simulation, can we ask the higher powers that we need a control, alt delete, put it in, please? It'd be a lot of shortcuts would be handy, wouldn't we, Si? Really fucking handy. Control Z would be my first request. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. God, what have I just done? Ah! But would be handy. Would be absolutely handy. Science says the Earth is 4.68 billion years old. Okay, yeah. I mean, like, you're absolutely right again, but it doesn't. You know, that could be absolutely right based on it being a simulation or not, couldn't it? It doesn't, again, it doesn't help my argument, but it doesn't do anything against my argument either. It doesn't help either side, because, you know, the simulation will have a start and then probably eventually an end. But reality, again, you know, we don't know if it had a start, but we know it goes along. But it's, you know, again, time, going back to time being a concept, the Earth would still be as old as it is, regardless. You know, you might call it something completely different. You know, in a different timeline, it might be 5.8 quasarcs, because you know 5.8 quasarcs is equivalent to 4.6 billion years. You know what I mean? So yeah, but the effect of time as a force has always existed, always will exist. Genesis tells us that. What's that, mate? What if a simulator is also a stimulant? Beyond. I don't beyond. What could be is the simulator could be a simulation, could be a daisy chain, could absolutely be a daisy chain. We have created we have already created a daisy chain of our own, even if we're base reality, even if we're fluid reality, because we've started creating simulations. You know, so we've taking that first step. So absolutely, this could be a simulation of a simulation of a simulation. This could be Rick and Morty with the microverse battery. Is not hardened criminal, says his lawyer. Well, I'd be taking that up with the company. It's science. It's science, all right. Jesus can't incarnate if we are in a simulation. Why? Why? Where's that written? Simulation theory is not compatible with Christian teachings. Why? Why couldn't it be that the person who created the simulator was what you refer to as your God in your theological writings? Why? You know, just again, like I said earlier, just because I'm using the term simulation, take that loosely. You know, it's the closest word I have available at my command. You know. But why? Why is this not the simulation was what God created? And why can't Jesus have reincarnated in a simulation? Why is, you know, if the creator of a simulation wished for Jesus Christ to reincarnate, then yeah, he would have done. Like how God wished Jesus to reincarnate, if that's what you believe. I'm not stating one way or the other with that. I'm just saying it doesn't, you know, religion and simulation theory can absolutely exist side by side, because the creator of the simulation could be God, and then that's it, you know. And then everything that it's happened through the Bible happened because God, the creator, programmed right into his simulation. You know, you're using the term simulation. If reality was created by a deity, that absolutely is what I'm talking about. We're talking about the same thing right there. We're talking about an entity, God, who created a simulation, which towards a simulation. You know, it's reality, but they created it, and that's what I'm suggesting may have happened. The chap who invented predictive text has passed away. His fun fair is next monkey. Fair enough. But genuinely though, I don't, you know, not that I'm saying this supports religion. It neither supports nor disproves religion. You know what I mean? It has no effect on religion whatsoever, because religion, you are saying through your religion that reality was created by a higher being. That you're saying that. That's what your religion teaches. So there's no reason why it can't exist, can't coexist. I can just feel it's real, and the only one who can create this amazing, wonderful, complex, mathematical, perfect world is God. Yes, but like I said, you know, that's maybe why. You know, maybe it is God that created it, and he created it so well that we feel real. We feel it's real, but we wouldn't know because we're inside of it. We have no outside perspective. We just know we feel that the way we feel is real. Doesn't mean, you know, it's not a created reality. I mean, what we live in is reality. It's our reality. You know, like virtual reality is different to augmented reality, is different to our reality. Okay, so yeah, there's multiple different levels of reality, isn't there? And whatever you are in is going to be your reality, and that's never going to change. And this is why I said earlier, it does, you know, it's not something to worry about. Don't have an existential crisis and start thinking, oh my God, it's a simulation. There's no point to everything. There's much of a point as it was before. And like I say, yeah, just because it's created reality doesn't mean it wasn't created. You know, the thing that created it wasn't God. That's just not the conversation I'm having today. You know, but what I'm saying is, it neither proves or disproves your God. It neither proves nor disproves your teachings. You know, I'm not saying here, well, you're wrong because of this simulation theory. I'm saying, you know, what you're saying could absolutely exist within this simulation theory. If anything, it helps support what you're saying on a theological level. You better get on with that simulation then, BPA. What distinguishes a simulation from a real thing after all the GTA universe is in fact a real yet limited universe? Again, this is kind of reaffirming what I'm saying, Space Mind, about reality is subjective term. And when I call the term I'm using today is a fluid reality. Which is a natural reality, which is a non-created reality, as opposed to a created analogy, that there was some intelligence behind the creation of the universe. And it's like I say, you know, I'm talking about there being some intelligence behind the creation of the universe. Starting to sound a bit like religion. So it doesn't disprove religion at all. You know, it really doesn't. And I know some of the words don't mix well, don't merge well with religion teachings, and we might sound a little bit off, but when you consider the context in what I'm using the word, you know, when I call things a simulation, it, you know, I don't want to belittle. You know, I'm talking about reality. You know, not, you know, this is reality. One way or the other, it's reality. You know, and that doesn't change either way. If no solid data proves it wrong, a theory can be uploaded or replaced. So prove it. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You know, this is why I said earlier, nerd mate, that, you know, Divinia wasn't 100% right. You know, because it's not proven. It's a theory is the best guesstimate based on the available information. It has to be peer reviewed, and there has to be a lot of sense to it, but it doesn't prove anything. But it's like I say, I'm talking about quantifiable things right here that have been quantified. They're not just theory. It's not just a theorem. It's not like evolution. These are things that have been quantified. You know, and that's the difference, and that's the distinction I'm trying to make myself make. But you're absolutely right, and that's what I was saying. Like, you know, a theory isn't proven, and that's the whole point of a theory. But it is a lot more. There's a lot more meat and bones to it than some people may imagine when they hear you know, some people hear the word theory. I'm not saying this is you, nerd. I'm just saying some people do, and they think it's, you know, it's been plucked out of thin air, and you know, it doesn't mean that. A few years ago, back started spreading the G's. Fair enough. Alex Jones is an Intel asset paid to position poison very well. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, David. I've say the same thing about what's his name, Inns. What's his name? Yeah, you've had him before, guys. He used to be the football commentator. Some Innes, Innes is his surname. I think it's Peter Inns. Is it Peter Inns? I think it is. He was a sports commentator, and now he talks about the great Godhead bow and this thing. And I've said there's been times he talks about things that are so mad. I think he's an asset, and he reveals literal truths, but muddies the water so badly that people think the truths are now a lie because it's him that said it. And I believe that there are a lot of assets out there. There's been people out there that have like showed themselves to be assets, spreading disinformation. Dodie, what's his name? Dodie Doodah. You might get a bit of buffering, guys. The men in black are coming down on us. I've only got so long left. But yeah. I think there's a lot of that going off. A lot of muddying the water, and a lot of spreading a lot of misinformation to muddy the water. Leave it to TSC to light a fire under my ass. No, I mean, look, but I'm not saying you're inherently wrong in anything you said tonight, mine. I think some of the stuff was kind of not relative to what I said earlier, and I think you coming in late was probably the reason behind that. But you know, well presented arguments, and I see what what you're getting at. I was busy painting. Oh, fair enough. Well, the voting here is still going. We won by a landslide. Skid marks and chafing nationally due to the hot weather. Who was that? Dave and EC, what you like? David Icke, thank you, Divinia. Thank you. Yeah, David Icke, not Peter Inns. David Icke, I do apologise. Yeah, I don't like them both either. I'll skip my chat if okay. Where are we? Sorry, guys, 1 second. Yep. I spent a weekend. Here we go. I miss the vote. It's all BBA's. It's all BBA's fault. No, it's all TSC's fault. Everyone blame me. I got blamed for everything anyway. Dear Wolfgang. Oh, you must have said that ages ago then, Divinia. David Icke. You just knew I was going to start talking about him. Yeah, we'll do it soon, Divinia. We'll do it very, very soon. It's been very good. I love the way the conversation has adapted, and there's been some really thought-provoking comments made, and I think a lot of what you said is absolutely fantastic. You've got to take it as an individual now with what you believe, and I'm not telling you to believe anything too hardly. I'm saying just see that there's a few things that suggest it could be that way. What's Nessie's painting? Nessie's just painted a fantastic Britannia. She has fantastic queen. Check her channel out. She's done a video on it. Hang on, Icke has only been wrong on the lizards, or has he? Well, he also said the great Godhead that exists and stuff like that. Yeah, David Icke is a bit of a he said some mad stuff, to be fair. He really has. This is our reality. Our realities maybe other reality may be available. That's pretty much what I'm saying, Paul, to be honest with you. This, regardless of the source of it, this is our reality, and this is as real as it's ever going to get. Plato said, reality is created by the mind. We can change our reality by changing our mind. Yeah, I can't remember who it was, but somebody said basically the same thing in other words earlier. Reality is in the mind. And I concede to that. I do concede to that to a massive extent. Reality is in the mind. But that's more of a philosophical argument than the argument I'm making. It's like I say, there's 7 billion planet Earths out there, because planet Earth is slightly different to everybody who lived on it, because we all have a slightly different experience on it, and our realities change very slightly. I'm not saying there's physically 7 billion planet Earths, but there's 7 billion of us living on planet Earth, and therefore, because reality is within the mind, you know, and that's just an example of how reality is in my mind. Because two people could look at one thing and take completely different takeaways from it. So yeah, that's, you know, that's a very, very different conversation, but very interesting, and a conversation which would have in itself taken as long as the one we've had tonight has. But again, you know, I'm not arguing with that, and I do concede that, yeah, to an extent, reality is in my mind. Back in the 90s, I definitely existed outside of simulation. Yeah, well, you know, I get what you're saying there. A bit of DMT or something. Go out and go and check out what's outside. I can't get past his New Age beliefs. Who's New Age beliefs? Not trying to disprove, just contribute. No, absolutely, and I massively appreciate that, Space Miner. This would be very boring if it wasn't for people contributing. And if you do try and disprove it, I welcome it, mate. I welcome it, because I don't want to be right. I'd rather know the truth. Then it's not important to me to be right. I think, you know, guys, come on, how many times am I wrong about stuff? I'm a muppet. I'm a muppet that somebody let loose with an internet connection and a camera. I've said it since I started my channel. You know, I've got no qualms in being wrong. In fact, it's like I've said, you know, there's no value in winning an argument, but there's value in losing one, because you learn and you adapt. And, you know, so I never get too upset if I lose an argument, as long as it's a well presented argument, as long as people aren't, like, you know, trying to belittle you and laugh at you and stuff like that. Caution, raised manhole. Here you go, 𝗫𝗫. This is one she's just done, not the one she's doing right now, but. Look at this, guys. 𝗫𝗫 is so talented. She's so incredibly talented, isn't she? 𝗫𝗫's painted that, and I'll say stuff like this, and she'll say, "Oh no, it was just a paint by numbers." It's like, mate, if I did a paint by numbers, it looked like a 5-year-old's finger paint. It genuinely would. So don't be telling me you're not talented. I'm looking at the talent right now. It's not simulated talent. It's real. But no, 𝗫𝗫, well done. That's gorgeous, mate. It really is. And seriously, guys, let 𝗫𝗫 know how talented she is in the chat. Let's have a look. So, where are we? A painting for TSC. Yeah, she's doing a painting for me right now. So it's a secret surprise. And I'm taking 𝗫𝗫 on a little fishing jolly day. I think I'm booking it at the end of the month, 𝗫𝗫. So bear with me. I went on today, this morning. Still loads of dates. We ain't got nothing to worry about, so don't worry about that. It is happening either September or October. A few things are coming the way, but as long as we get it in October, the weather's still with us, we'll still be good. Although it is Scotland, so it's probably going to be iced over everywhere anyway. TSC and 𝗫𝗫's fishing adventure, guys. Keep an eye out for it soon. Look forward to seeing it. Yeah, me too. But she gave me a sneak peek, Barry, and it looks insane. It's like half finished. I'm like, that looks perfect, just the way it is. But no, it's going to look absolutely amazing. I can't wait to show everyone. Ďavinio is a cave woman. Love it. How is Canoe? He's all right. He's having a rest. I knackered him out earlier, so he's having a rest. Sovereign Hall, thanks for coming. Thanks for contributing. I appreciate it, mate. You take care. If you can stay just a little while, I'll do the duck race. You need to be here to be entered. You already entered once because you're a member, though, mate. So don't worry too much. You are, even if you leave, you'll have one entry, but if you stay, you'll have two. 365. I think 365. Well, yeah. There he is. Here he is. I was talking to him earlier. Having a good old chat. It's been a while, hasn't it? 365. We had a chat. We started talking about his video he did the other day about fractional silver. You asked me my opinion on it, and I can be a bit of an arse, me, because I'm like, yeah, I agree with it, like 99.99999999999% of the time, but I can conceive of one potential possible scenario where it may be. No, fractional bullion silver is a daft idea, guys. It's a daft idea. Don't do it on a regular. Don't do it. There's so many better options. Like the only reason I could ever think of somebody doing like really hardcore doing fractional bullion silver is if they have a really strict budget. They've tried to save money month by month and are failing to do so because other things come up. And they're hardcore. You don't hold it. You don't own it. Right. That's the and that's such a cherry picked situation that I can't say that fractional bullion silver, and I say bullion silver because that is the caveat to me. I think there's, you know, there's some world coins and some old coins. You can get it really close to spot price, and you know, if you can get past the fact that it's not 0.999 fine, you can really, you know, you'll get a lot more silver for your buck than you will with fractional bullion. You know what I mean? But there's other word's gone out of my mind. Investments. I wanted to say influencers, but I was thinking investments. There's other investments which are better. You know, I would say silver stock's better than fractional bullion silver. The premium's just so high on it. It's so high, and same as I say, unless you're really, really, really hardcore, don't hold it, you don't own it, you're on a really tight budget, and you've tried to save up to buy it by the ounce and failed to do so, don't ever buy fractional bullion, guys. Not silver. Like I said in his video, it's a really good video. I suggest you watch it. 𝗫's done a similar one as well, and I said something a bit similar at the time. You know, there is a very certain, very set circumstance where maybe I could understand. I wouldn't recommend it, but I can maybe understand it under those very strict circumstances. But I stand by the message predominantly. Right, nobody say anything, let me catch up. Some white men are dodgy, therefore all white men are dodgy. Yeah, exactly. Don't work like that, does it? How about simulating duck? That's what I'm saying there. Nobody say anything. I'm going to get to the end and then we're going to do duck race, mate. Something is wrong with my kitchen light. What's happening? Is it strobing or something? I won the duck race. Yeah, we haven't done it yet, mate. It's not Schrodinger's duck race. That would be reality. This is better than talking about silver. I think there's only, look, I've been doing this for over 2 years, these weekly live streams. There's only so much you can talk about silver. I think we're going to have to start, you know, bringing different conversation topics, because I think it's just started to get a bit samey, a bit monotonous when we keep trying to talk about silver week in, week out. So thanks, Lee. So I appreciate that. The Matrix is faulty in your kitchen, Davinia. Yeah, absolutely. It certainly is fun. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's the point of it. It's fun. I'm not trying to really change anyone's point of view. I'm giving you, I'm letting you know mine and welcoming a conversation. There's adaptation to environment, not the same as evolution. How is it not the same with evolution? If a species is changing over time to adapt to its environment, how is that not the same as evolution? You know, and it's the only type of evolution that's ever been proven to have definitely happened. Evolution, because animals have changed to their environment. It's the only type of evolution that's been proven. That doesn't disprove the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Okay, so just because the only proven forms of evolution have been ones that have been driven by adaptation doesn't prove that there weren't other types of evolution that have happened as well. But that's the only one that we've scientifically been able to prove, because we can observe rapid evolution. We can't observe evolution that happens over millennia. We can if we start now and we don't nuke ourselves back into the Stone Age, but it's going to take us millions of years to do it, isn't it? You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm not saying. I'm just saying why is it not? Why is it not the same as evolution? You know. Maybe when we die, we will get the answers, but our ego will be away and it won't matter anyway. I think ego is one of the problems with this argument. Like, people struggle to look at it, you know, objectively, because it's kind of a sucky idea to think it's a simulation. But again, you know, apologies for the use of the word simulation. It's just the closest thing, the best word I can use in this situation. You know, it's a created reality would probably be a better phrase than simulation. But yeah, maybe we get the answers, maybe we don't. Who knows? Well, you know, you only find out when you do die, don't you? Monkey magic. Hey, you know, we're all about a bit of monkey magic around here, mate. Love the monkey magic. I said I'm going to shut up. No, don't. How dare you? Get in here. The whole point of this is have your say. Get involved. Please don't shut up, and please you know, if anyone, please don't feel that way. I've just seen the news about Sweden's increasing population. Apparently there's one beyond every minute. Dave, you need, so one of Christmas cracker companies needs to employ Dave, don't they? You know what I mean? Writing the dad jokes. Jesus. Kitchen light bulb just died. Only put it in this afternoon. There might be a problem with your circuitry, mate. If it's blown so quickly, it might be a dodgy light bulb. Might just be a dodgy light bulb. But if a fresh light bulb is blown so quickly, that would suggest you might have a surge in your power. Might be worth getting looked into. The ego dies, the character, the individual was playing also dies, but our soul and consciousness does not die. Yeah, I mean, that's the way I like to see it, Lisa. That is definitely the way I like to see it. Whether on what happens to that soul, whether or not that soul goes into a different vessel and has a different consciousness for a time being. But I definitely feel like soul and consciousness are two very, very, very different concepts. And even if there is an afterlife, don't think you're going to experience it the way you are now. Don't think you're going to be able to think about it consciously through your conscious brain, because a conscious brain and a soul may not be, may be completely different, and when you start talking about souls, it might become a lot more abstract than the tangible world we live in. Evolution is change over time. So why can't that happen due to adaptive change? Because the environment happens around it. That's exactly what I'm saying, Divinity. Like, it's more likely for that change over time to happen because there's a driving factor pushing that change. Like I gave the example earlier, if a world got a lot colder, the animals that had the thicker coats would survive better, and therefore that species would develop thicker coats over time, because the ones that had the thicker coats, the better insulation, would not freeze to death over the worst nights, whereas the ones with the thinner coats would, and eventually that species would change. It's adaptive evolution. We've done it ourselves through selective breeding, and it is a type of evolution. You are changing a species over time. Now I'm saying, I'm not saying all evolution is adaptive. I'm saying I personally believe all evolution is adaptive. I don't think life just changes. The reason for it is because normally a mutation would not be an attractive facet to have. A mutation would make you different. Difference normally means you being cast aside by the community, whether or not that's a pack of wolves, whether or not that's a pack of lions, pack of hyenas, a pack of dogs, a flock of birds, a fluffle of rabbits, a herd of sheep. I don't think mutation is an attractive asset, which I think is why evolution has a brick wall. You get these phenomenal mutations, but for them to take hold, they have to breed productively. Their offspring has to breed productively. Their offspring has to breed productively, etc., etc., to the point where that trait becomes dominant. And for a trait to start through a single mutation and become dominant across an entire species is very difficult, very, very difficult, which is why I personally believe evolution is a lot more adaptive, and the world changes. It's been changing since it was created, and will continue to change. The climate will change. It always has changed and will continue to change. Regardless of whether or not we have an effect on it, even if we weren't here, the climate would be going up and down throughout time. Maybe it's going higher now because of us. I'm not getting into that argument. I'm just saying we know for a fact, because we know throughout most of the world's life, it's been far too hot to support life. Okay, we know that for a fact. We know it's not the norm for it to have ice on the caps. We know it's existed far longer without ice caps than it has with them. But for the history of humanity, it's had ice caps, so it's the normal to us. So we see it losing its ice caps and think, oh, that's a big problem. Now, I'm not denying climate change. I'm affirming climate change. I'm questioning how. I don't know how much of an impact we definitively have on climate change. So yeah. Yeah, but that's, again, we've come off topic again, haven't we? We are, so we don't have a soul. No, I mean, I'm gonna argue with that, Davinia, because we are corporeal. Like, you know, I'm tangible, I'm corporeal, and souls aren't corporeal. So there's a corporeal vessel, our body, and then there's the soul. Yes, in a metaphorical sense, you could say, well, the vessel is just the vessel, the soul is who we really are. And in a metaphorical, philosophical, theological sense, yes, but also no. You've been messing with time, Davinia. Yes, she has. She's one at Time Bandits. She is. I do suffer with vertigo, but you don't hear me. Are you not allowed? Look, I told you, no more. I'm catching up. We're doing duck race. I think the light fixture itself is faulty. Yeah, that's again, that's could be the part of the circuitry that is faulty and is likely to be the socket or the switch. I suppose it could be the switch. But the socket is a good call. I'm inclined to agree with that. Here's an hour behind the chat. I am, guys, stop chatting so I can catch up and stop putting such great, like, thought-provoking chats. Just got to practice. My dad is an artist and he told me, draw what you see, not what you think. My drawing got a lot better after that. Yeah, for sure. It's the old 10,000 hours additive, isn't it? You know, it takes 10,000 hours to get good at anything, but I just haven't got the time to put into it. I got all right. I did art when I was a kid, and I got all right, but then I just didn't have time for it. Do you take commission, Nessie? Should do. It's not showing you it anymore till it's. I'm not showing you. No. Yeah, keep it a surprise for me now, Nessie, for sure. Yeah, DM her Shiny. Nessie's so good. She's really good. If anyone saw the one she did for Zeus, it was phenomenal. I'd buy some Nessie art. Yeah, for sure. I think Nessie, we ought to one day get a Nessie artwork auction going off in Stack Social. I'll host it for you if you want, Nessie. Or you can host it yourself. You don't need me. I'm not mansplaining to you, but if you wanted to, I'd be more than happy to. Doubly simulated dorks. Yeah. If you let me get there, we'll get there. I'm doing good, mate. Cheers. Oh, Foggy, good to see you, mate. Thanks for joining us. Old small silver or poured small silver, yes, but not grams. Well, poured silver fractional gets different, and like even this, guys, like I could understand this was expensive, but I could understand people buying it. It's a quarter of an ounce. It looks bigger, doesn't it? It looks much bigger than a quarter of an ounce. I wouldn't press on it too much because I think you would crush it in. Because obviously it's a quarter of an ounce of silver stretched over such a large size. But you know, that's different, isn't it? You know, that's a different thing. So you know, when it comes to a poured piece of artwork, that's different. I'm talking about quarter ounce Britannias, 1/10 Britannias. You've seen premiums on them. It's daft. I mean, if you wanted one for collection, I could get that, but don't like weight stack with fractional bullion silver. It's not a good idea. There's better ways. There's just much better ways to do it. Like it's so obviously better as well. You know, the level of premiums you get on fractional. I just don't think, I would never recommend anyone to do it. I just wouldn't. To me personally, there's better options. My first option would be buy fractional non-bullion silver, buy pre-decimal. Old silver coinage was literally based on fractionality. It was based on the weight and the value of the intrinsic metal it was made of. So coin sizes double up. You know, you get a threepence, I mean, you double that in weight, you get a sixpence, you double that in weight, you get a shilling, you double that in weight, you get a florin, you double that in weight, you get a double florin. But if you get a florin and then add a sixpence on it as well, you've got a half crown, and you get two of them, you've got a crown, and you get four of them, you've got a sovereign. And it was, the whole system was based on fractionality. So I genuinely say, if you want to do fractional silver, look at your pre-decimal silver, look at your world silver. There's some fantastic options that are at a much better price range. And silver's silver, guys. Silver's silver. It really is. You know, you can go and weigh it in. There are people out there that are weighing 500 silver. There are people out there that are weighing 925 silver. You know, it's just a much better option. You know, financially, some people they just don't have, they're not willing to even consider non-999 silver. I'm not here to, again, I'm not here to try and tell you you're doing anything wrong or persuade you otherwise. I'll just give you my opinions, and that is my opinion, to be honest with you. I think 𝗫 and 𝗃65 have both done fantastic videos on the subject, and although I can, you know, if I really strain myself, I can think of only one specific scenario where I could maybe understand it. It's a bit like Doctor Strange. There's 14 million possibilities and only one where I could maybe understand it but also not recommend it. And that's if you're hardcore, if you don't hold it, you don't own it, and you're struggling to save the money to buy it in larger, lower premium amounts. But I think you should be looking at other investments rather than, you know, trying to get physical silver in that respect. I'd rather see people's investment values go up higher and do, you know, over time. And hey, if that's not what you want in the long run, cash it in down the line and buy what you do want. Buy the pre-decimal, you know, call it junk silver. If you want to call it junk silver, call it junk silver. I don't care. All right, I do care. I think you're wrong, but again, call it what you want. Buy it, get rid of it, buy what you want with the value, you know, money once you've cashed it in. It's a much better option than just buying fractional bullion 999 silver. It really is. Unless of course, you're going to buy one of the 𝗵𝗵𝗁𝗃 M1911. Could be one of these. You could get gold, silver, or black. Now, obviously, that's a no-brainer, isn't it? That kind of fractional silver. You need to buy from a guy called 𝗕𝘂𝘁. He's got two available. I might keep one as the prize for this month's gold member giveaway at the end of the month. So there might only be one for sale. So just so you know. But it's not going to be cheap because I just want to cover my costs on it. I don't want to make profit on it. I'll even make a little loss on it as long as it's like a £5 or something. Pre-1920 shilling crispy, 100%. I paid £2 for 1 gram bar and still feel robbed. So they paid £2 for 1 gram bar, still feel robbed. 1 gram's got mental, didn't they? They got mental for a while. People were just paying. And I'm not talking like, I could understand if it was something special. But I'm talking about like 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Now, I sold some backyard bullion 1 gram barter-inch chips. And yeah, okay, they're hand-poured, handcrafted by backyard bullion himself. Intricate work. I could understand them going a bit higher. But when it's a snapped, I mean, I've got a 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗃. I've got 100 bars of silver on a 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗃. I can sit there and snap it apart. You know what I mean? Like, no, that's something much more than spot, really. You know what I mean? Need old crowns? Yes, for sure, Paul. You got to love an old crown. 50p over spot BBA. There you go. Can't go wrong. Is that what it is? Let me talk. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. 50p over spot. You know, 50p doesn't sound like a lot, but that's 25% over spot, isn't it, at the same time, so which is quite a lot. If you want to feel robbed, BBA, I'll sell you a 1 gram for £5. For sure. I've seen them like going for 8-10 quid. It's insane. Pete, the serial flasher, was thinking of retiring, but he's going to stick it out for another year. Stop it! I'm trying to get to duck race. In other words, you are bored. I'm not bored. No, I'm not bored. I'm just trying to get to duck race. It's not the same. Evolution supposes the adding of information. Adaptation supposes the use of available information. But why? Yeah. Evolution supposes the adding of information. Adaptation supposes the use of available information. I still don't agree with that because, yeah, you're adding information because something has changed around you. And that's the adding of information, isn't it? You know what I mean? What I'm saying is adaptation in the environment will help evolutionary changes take place, whereas otherwise they wouldn't have done, right? So let's say this. We'll go back to the same example. there's an animal species, it's mammalian, and it's been living on a plain in plains of Africa, like basically the plains of our Africa, for millions of years, right? Every now and again, one or two or a few get born with thicker coats, more insulating coats than the majority of the others. Now, because they live in a plain environment, a hot, sunny environment, they suffer, they struggle, with overheating, and they don't do well, and subsequently they end up dying out. Now, the environment then changes to the hypothetical planet enters an ice age, and the temperatures fall through the floor. That same mutation would no longer die out because it's causing the animal to overheat and making its life harder. It would then thrive because that animal would be able to survive better, being better insulated, and wouldn't suffer the cold so much. So what I'm saying is, adaptations enable the genetic mutations to take hold and actually spread throughout a species. So again, I don't necessarily agree on that basis. I'm not saying like the adaptation is the reason for the change. I'm saying the adaptation is the reason for the change to take hold, because all of a sudden that change now makes sense, whereas before it didn't, if you know what I mean. So I still think that evolution has to have a driving factor behind it. And one of my arguments for that is there's still animals on this planet that are unchanged for millions of years, that are known as living dinosaurs, such as crocodiles or crocodilian and sharks, certain species of sharks. We already know that there are animals out there that existed millions of years and haven't evolved because they haven't needed to. They've stayed the same because they are apex predators, and they're the place they live in, or at least an amount of the area, has remained unchanged enough for them to exist happily without driving any change to their biology. So it's just I'm saying genetic mutation absolutely does happen all the time. We see that people being born with an extra finger, etc., etc. Genetic mutations do happen all the time. I'm saying the catalyst is environmental change. That's what enables that change to really take place and start to actually evolve a species, if you know what I mean. I'm sure we can think of lots of weird and interesting topics for you to discuss, Stack Collector. I'm sure you could. Let's get me to the duck race, mate. Holy smacks, I've only got something to say every time he speaks. No, and I like that. I like that, mate. I think that's fantastic. And I appreciate it, mate. We're gonna have to get you on for an actual face-to-face chat one time, Space Mine. I've always wanted you to come on, so yeah. Do come on, and I think it would be good to have a face-to-face. Even Little Man Great live last night. Was that Foggy, was it? I didn't have a chance to watch it. I've been ill, guys. I went fishing on Thursday. Didn't manage to do any fishing. I came down with a horrid migraine to the point I didn't know what to do. I knew I couldn't drive home. I knew I couldn't even put my stuff away. I thought I was lying there in chronic pain, just thinking the only option I've got is calling an ambulance. And then I realised if I do call an ambulance, I've got to leave thousands of pounds of fishing and camera equipment just lying there on the bank for, and it's a public walk, people can walk all around there and do all the time. And I've just got to leave it there and hope nobody takes it. And I couldn't do that. So the only option I had was just to ride it out and wait, hope it got better. Which it started to do yesterday, but oh my word, it was bad. That was rough, that was. Is he an hour behind on the chat? Must be, robot must be, the dog's purpose. Bloody hell, got through half a bottle of scotch tonight listening to his stream, but at least my wrist isn't hurting anymore. Fair play, Barra. It sounds like you enjoyed it, mate, but go easy on the scotch, mate. Half a bottle's quite a lot. Depending on what size bottle it is. If it's one of those airplane bottles, you're all good. Don't worry about it. What did you do to your wrist? Let us know. Yeah, do let us know, mate. I was just about to ask what chat is he reading. Yeah, I'm behind. I'm getting there though. Oh, we've just done a skip. You know what? I'm only going back so far. Oh no, that's perfect. The dog's purpose is to be cute and loyal and just make life a little bit better. Let's have a look. What did you do to your wrist? Did that? Fruit flies demonstrate the selection of availability information, but do not add information. They always return to original formation when environment returns to the base standards. But that's kind of what I'm saying, though, isn't it, Minor? That is what I'm saying. You know, they don't add information. They always return to the original formation when environment returns to the base standard. Yeah, but what if the environment is one that adds the information? You know what I mean? And for some reason, it changes to enable a genetic trait to become more advantageous, you know, and that's kind of, you know, I'm not disagreeing with that. I just think that's kind of what I'm saying, if you know what I mean. I only gone and broke it. Oh, bless you, mate. Plastered, getting good at typing my left hand. I hope you get better, mate. The Vikings were growing wheat and grapes on Greenland. I don't think grapes, mate. I don't think grapes. Now the problem is they called it Vinland, and it wouldn't have been what we call grapes. It's a language thing. It would have been more like elderberry and things like that. But it wouldn't have been actual grapes. But you're not wrong on that, David. They were growing things like wheat and wine berries and stuff, but they wouldn't have been grapes. Grapes, I think, needed a hotter climate than the area of America that the Vikings were on, which is up north Canada, kind of Newfoundland kind of area. But you're right. But the grapes you were referring to would have been a form of berry, not actual grapes as we know them. Yep, absolutely. Hatton Gardens are good for checking what % premium you are paying. Well, just check the spot price. There's loads of things out there that will let you check the current spot price. Royal Mint, bullion by post. I've even on whatnot. I've created my own ticker that gives us a live silver, gold, and platinum spot price every 5 minutes. So there's loads of ways to check it. Very well said to see on fractional bullion silver. Thanks, Ian, mate. I appreciate that. I mean, like, if you want it, buy it for sure. But you know, if you're looking at it as a weight investment, it's not the best one. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. I was about to say that I got loads of fractional silver in pre-decimal. Yeah, bullion is the caveat. Pre-decimal, fractional, fantastic. Really affordable, fantastic, and I highly recommend it. I love it. I think date runs are fantastic. You have fun and you put a bit of silver behind you at the same time. I can't recommend that kind of fractional silver enough. I really can't. It's not junk silver. I know BBA is like, the only thing that's junk silver to me are broken necklaces, rings that have snapped, you know, a coin that's so worn down that you can't see what's on it anymore. That to me is junk silver. However, like, the official definition of junk silver is silver that has no other value than the intrinsic value of the metal it's made of. Therefore, pre-decimal is not junk silver, because even if it's not a rare date, even if it's not a premium coin, it is still numismatically valuable to date runners, and therefore it is incorrect to refer to pre-decimal silver as junk silver unless it's no longer in collectible grade. And you know, collectible grade can start off as quite one, as long as it's got a fully readable date. You know, that's where collectible grade really starts off. What ET short for? Because he has a little leg. I don't know. I was about to, everyone to their own. Absolutely, Nessie, everyone to their own, and I agree with that to an extent. I fully agree with it. Everyone to their own, but like I say, you know, if someone was asked to ask me my opinion on it, that is what it is. And again, it only goes on fractional bullion silver. Now, if you can get it for the right price, go and crack on. I'm not saying like there's something inherently wrong with it. I'm saying the problem is there's a huge premium to it. Likewise, if you can guarantee you can resell that premium when you sell it, the premium is no longer an issue. It's no longer a material factor because you'll be adding the premium on when you sell it. But can you guarantee that? You know what I mean? That's the question there. I know as somebody who sells silver, it can be very hard sometimes to get the price you think something is worth for something, especially with silver, because all stackers and collectors want a bargain. They all want a bargain. I can promise you that. It's silver with history. Absolutely. I mostly buy Brits and Sovs. Can't fault you there. Can't fault you there. Good call. You've got capital gains tax exempt status on both of them. Both, very, very recognisable coins, very liquid coins, especially if it's the full ounce Brits. What the most commonly asked for coin in my auctions are Britannias, guys, just so you know. They're the most commonly requested piece of silver when I run my auctions. You all have one of them TSC. Okay, all right, mate. How much? Wait, sounds like I'll sort that out afterwards, mate. I'll give you a £5 for the 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 TSC. Wouldn't even come close, mate. Wouldn't even come close. Unfortunately, that has got quite a high premium on it. If anyone's interested, I'll send me a message. I'll deal with it on a first come first served basis and let you know what you're looking at. But you're looking at basically 60 quid, and that's what I paid for it. And I'm not making a penny at 60, so I'll take 55, which means I'm losing basically a £5 for it. But I know I bought it a while ago, and I know I bought it when prices were high, and that's just where we live in. I like me 1 gram liquid metal ones. Different. That's not what I'm talking about, Nessie. That's very different, very, very different. Anything made by someone like Liquid Metals will have a premium with it because it's hand poured, and you pay a premium on hand poured artisanal work. You do. It's just the way of the world. So that's completely different to the type I'm talking about, and I can't fault you there at all. Charity shops, you can pick up sterling silver stuff below spot sometimes, David, but they get better and better at recognising stuff in the charity shops. It can be very, very difficult to find the bargains. You're better off at car boots. You've got a better chance at car boot finding something with a hallmark that someone's missed. People were paying £20 plus for 1 gram 𝗷𝗫𝗃𝗃s on CB stores, whatnot. I know it got insane, Robot. It got insane. Exometers are the measurement used to divide plank. Right, but plank is still the shortest unit, mate. 1 second, let me have a look at that. This goes back to what I was saying earlier about me standing on the shoulders of giants and not being anywhere near as smart as the people that came up with all the stuff I'm referring to it today. Where are we? No, oximeters, I think is what you mean. Not exometer. And it doesn't. It's an oximeter, and no, it does not divide or interact with a Planck scale. It's Planck's called constant, mate. Pulse oximeter is a medical device, shines red and infrared light through your finger. Planck length, this is the unit of length in physics that is unimaginably tiny, about 1.6 times 10 to the power of 35. They don't connect the light waves used by a pulse oximeter are billions of trillions of times larger than a single Planck length. A medical device like an oximeter cannot measure, reach, or divide anything down to the scale of a Planck. So no, apparently not, mate. Yeah, exometer just comes up as an open source performance monitoring and instrumentation package designed for the Erlang programming environment. Where are we? 𝗲𝗂𝗪𝗏s are doing a 1 Planck silver. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, no. Wise words from you, 𝗕𝗂𝗺𝗺𝗃, mate. I'm just referring to your video, buddy. There will be fractional Planck gold back soon. Yeah, for sure. Reactivity message with genes might be a factor. Yeah, absolutely. But again, that's an environmental change, isn't it? The radiation is environmental change, which has driven the mutation and therefore the evolution. So it kind of supports my argument, if you know what I mean. But you're absolutely right. Stop chatting, guys. Yeah. Right, I'm doing these last few. That's it. Just thought I'd throw in that a Planck is theory. The smallest measurement ever reliably recorded is 𝗕 recorded. Yeah, because we don't have. We're unable to record a Planck. We're not there yet. So yeah, I don't disagree with that, but that's because of our physical inabilities. Is it a femtometer used for subatomic? Let's have a look. An oximeter is designed for devising for measurements, but it doesn't work to that standard. But I'll look femtometer. Femtometer is a unit of length in the metric system equal to 10 to the power of 15 meters now, or 1 quadrillionth of a meter. It is also historically called a Fermi in honor of the physicist Enrico Fermi, who also came up with a paradox, Fermi's paradox. 1 quadrillionth of a meter. Right, how much bigger is what is it called? Femtometer than Planck. A femtometer is larger than a Planck length by a factor of about 100 billion, 10 to the power of 20, or 100 quintillion times. This is a Planck is so tiny. No reason we can't call it constitutional like the Yanks. It's money according. Yeah, well, the problem with that robot toaster, why we can't really call it constitutional, is we don't have a constitution. And the reason it's called constitution is it's protected under the Constitution of the United States of America, which is why we call it pre-decimal rather than constitutional, because it's our money that predates the introduction into decimal. So that's my issue with calling it constitutional, which I've thought about that in the past. But again, you know, the reason it's called constitution is they have a constitution. We don't have a constitution. Fractional is fun, but you will never make your money back. Simple, unless it's, you know, pre-decimal or constitutional fractional, then you could, absolutely could. Yes, nerd, also known as a Fermi, example of the strongest nuclear force between atoms, usually lands between 1 to 3 Fermis and drops quickly after that. Yes, yeah, absolutely. But a Fermi is 1 billion times larger than a Planck. So you're not wrong. It is a measurement. A unit of measurement, but it's apples and oranges. Well, it's apples and sports cars, but really. Car boots, charity shops, people just tend to Google now what we've got, hard to find. You've got better chance at a car boot than you have a charity shops. Charity shops are really getting good at knowing what they're doing. Hey, if I'm wrong, it just proves there's first time for everything. I mean, you're absolutely, you're right in what you're saying about a Fermi being a unit of measurement, as created or discovered by Fermi, but it's a lot huge, bigger than Planck's constant, which is the unit of measurement I'm referring to. And yeah, no, absolutely, we can't observe the Planck because we're not able to do that yet. But the other things, the DNA, the interference pattern, and the time dilation are absolutely quantifiable. I accept, yeah, on the planet, we've not been able to observe one as of yet based on our technology, but the other ones are quantifiable 100%. They, you know, it's been seen. We are able to observe it. Where is everyone? The UK does have an unwritten constitution. I mean, we're pulling on straws there, aren't we? You know, he's got an unwritten constitution. You know, but yeah, it's just a reason why I'm saying it. I wouldn't call it constitutional myself, because there's a reason it's called constitutional in America, because we're all big about the Constitution, aren't we? You know what I mean? We like it. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that's why it's called constitutional, against our pre-decimal. Right, I'm here. You could discuss the Fermi paradox and the Drake equation next week. Fermi paradox is one I really like. Is that the one? Where are they? Let me just remind myself, because there's Fermi's paradox and also what's the other one? The dark wood theory, and I get them mixed up. Yeah, where are they? Fermi's paradox leads very closely into the dark woods theory. Basically, Fermi's paradox says if if you look at the odds, the mathematical odds would suggest that the universe is completely chock-a-block full of life, because there's that many stars, that many solar systems, that many galaxies, that many Goldilocks planets. The maths would suggest it should be chock-a-block with life. So where are they? Where are they all? And then the dark woods theory says, when you're in a dark woods, and you're walking through a dark woods on your own, you don't go out shouting, making attention and letting things know where you are. You keep yourself damn quiet and get through it as quick as you can. And maybe that's what's going on. Maybe people who have sent out signals, maybe they've been found and destroyed. Who knows? There are a couple of great theories, like you say. Fermi's paradox is one I really do like. The Drake equation. Yeah, for sure. I'm happy to discuss them for sure. Right, before you go to the toilet, right, let's have a look. Gwynedd tries to enumerate the number of worlds for light. Yeah. But the Drake's equation is what says we should be chock-a-block with life in the universe. Not chock-a-block, but there should be a lot of life in the universe just based on the number of galaxies and solar systems. That's the Drake's equation part of it. And then Fermi's paradox means if there are that many people, if there are that many civilizations out there, why haven't we heard from any of them? But it's really, really super interesting. It really is. I wonder if there's an equation for the probability of winning a duck race. Maybe. I mean, that's the kind of thing that somebody would do their thesis on at university. My brother was a mathematician. He was a professor of mathematics at Cork University. He was the head of mathematics at Cork University. Bless his soul. Lost him a few years ago, unfortunately. But he was a very intelligent man, and he was a mathematician. And it's kind of, I could see somebody like him writing the equation of likeliness of winning the duck race, because that's exactly the kind of thing people do for their theories, for the degrees. It absolutely is. I'm gonna fix this, bro. TSC, love it. We've been broadcasting loud for the last century. We are, when you look at the dark woods theory, we're idiots. Here's just a satellite. We're just going to send it out there, and it contains it contains our entire genome. It contains everything about us, and it contains all our weaknesses and exactly how to take us out. Here you go, mate. I mean, come on, who put Voyager out there? You need slapping. What's wrong with you lot? All right, okay, guys. I need a word. I need a word from you. I need a phrase for the duck racers. Give me an interesting phrase based on what we've been chatting about tonight. We sent nudes with our addresses. We did. We sent basically a picture of a naked man and a woman with our address.
First ever nudes, unsolicited nudes.
Quark is good. Quark good. Plank's good. Cake's always good. Word, like it. Matrix is good. Fermi, yeah. Planck's is seeing it, by the way. Just so you guys know. Yeah. P-L-A-N-C-K. It's a name, which is why it's spelled a bit silly. Sorry. One of the greatest scientists ever to be alive. Let's have a look. Simulation. No, I like simulation. I like Planck. I like Fermi. I like conspiracy. I think we're going to have to go with Matrix, aren't we? Just don't put it yet, though, guys. Don't put it yet, because I need you to be in. So, keyword, want viewers, channel members, regulars, and moderators to be in. We want Matrix. And, okay. Shiny's done it too early. Oh, no, that's because you said it earlier. Right, everyone say Matrix now. Everyone will misspell Planck lol. Yeah, exactly. So Matrix. Yeah, we live in a Matrix. Prove me wrong. Kind of had to go with this one, didn't I? Oh, look at this! I'm seeing all these names automatically generate on my screen. This is so fantastic. Yeah, thanks to everyone who joined me earlier for the test stream. I've now got a way of just automatically generating the duck races based on a phrase in the live chat. My life is just so much better. I've got so much more time on a weekend. Sit here and manually copy and paste individual names over. Dang it, I'm not dropping this. Planck divides, I'll prove it. It doesn't. Hold on. Can you divide Planck? Yeah, okay. So numbers can be divided forever. So you can divide the numbers, but physically, within physics, the Planck length is the smallest scale where distance still makes sense using our current rules of science. So you can't physically divide it. On paper, you can divide it on paper, but not physically. Okay. So that's probably where you're probably seeing an equation that divides it on paper, because any number can be divided. So that's probably where you're coming from. Oh, that's famous paradox. We've done that. Right, I'll give you a bit longer. Oh, look at all this. 23 users, 20 eligible users. Who's not eligible? Robot toaster, keyword spam. Shiny, keyword spam. Blistering barnacles, keyword spam. I don't know what you like, you lot. I mean, obviously, I'm going to click you in. Oi, don't tell me I can't. I want to include them. I'll just write them in manually. Right. In fact, I'm copying it, so it don't matter if they're... Right. Should we go over to duck races, guys? Should we do it? Let's do it. Right. What we got here? We've got a watch from Barry Wiggins. It's a rollover one, guys. It's another reason why I'm doing it live. People aren't claiming them. I'm ending up with piles of duck race bundles again. I don't want to go down that road. So this is it's a rollover. So you've got the golden $50 note. You've got a 1,000 guinea Ian Atterbury. You've got a silver stacker bundle. You've got a 365 days of silver pleasure card, some Stacker Social stickers. You've got a bag full of world coins right there. You've got stickers wise. You've got 1 second. Ooh, let me just get them all. You've got a. Let's have a look. 1 second. No, that's most of it stickers. You've got Israel coin sticker. You've got a Stacker Social business card. You've got Bristol Barnacle Adventure sticker. Ian Atterbury sticker. You've got a
stamp stickers right there, 𝗀𝗁𝗃 business card, 𝗃𝗁𝗃 sticker, 𝗕𝗏𝗃 stickers, 3 of them, all there. You get to see them up close if you win them. Another 𝗕𝗂𝗺𝗺𝗲 Daisy Silver pleasure card, a rubber ducky rubber. Where are we? Here we go, here we go, here we go. We've got a gaggle of plastic rubber duckies. We've got poker chips. Let me just get these. Right, poker chips, you have got 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐴 5K, 1, 2, 3 of them. 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐴 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗃, Barry Wiggins, 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐴 4K. This is a rollover because I ain't got any of them now. Nerd UK, 𝗵𝗵𝗿𝗃𝗃, a couple of his different designs, another 4K right there. 𝗃𝗁𝗃 and another one of the 𝗵𝗵𝗿𝗃𝗃s. You've got some of the American commemorative quarters. You've got Vermont, New Mexico, and Ohio as well. You've got, as donated by 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗃, you've got one of the colorized Britannia copper 1 ounce pieces right there, absolute beautiful pieces. You've got the original silver coin that was in the bundle, which is a 1956 Australian long haul ram shilling right there. And today, hold one second, let me just remind myself. 1 second. I'm just going to get that while I can. Oh, why is it doing that for? All right, hold on. Get rid of that. Right, okay. If I go into Word and paste as plain text. Why is it giving it? Why is it put to? It didn't do this earlier. Why is it doing that now? What the chuff? We weren't doing this earlier. There we go. Just take these keyword spams out. There we go. Boom. Fantastic. Right. There we go. There we go. That's got the 23 users that have entered. You've got to put matrix to be in, guys. It says there's 32 people watching. I needed some humility today. Well, no, I mean, like, you were right in what you were saying. Like, on paper, as a number, you can divide it, but you can not as a actual unit, like a physical unit of measurement. Oh, that's what I was doing. Yeah, last couple of minutes, guys, to get in if you haven't done so already. Yeah, there we go. I was right. It's 1944. The one I'm adding today is a 1944 Egyptian 𝗂𝗃 coin, which is a really interesting coin. Comes in that design, in that shape right there, which hopefully you can see. Very interesting coin. So you've got the Australian ram and the Egyptian 𝗂𝗃 right there. Am I on there? I don't see my name. Well, you'll be on there. I'd like to think twice. Did you put matrix in there, mate? In the 24. It's added big green stacker. Who was it that asked? 𝗔𝗏𝗃. Yeah. 𝗔𝗏𝗃. You're there on the ones that I've added now, and because you're a channel member, you will also be in here somewhere. Maybe I mean, it might be a bit different. Sometimes it's, usernames can be a bit different. But you should be in there twice, mate, because you're a member. And I literally just copied and pasted my members list, but you are definitely in what I've just added right there. Cool. How's my ET looking? Stigma, hi Stigma, Matrix, Big Green. Yeah, we got you. Yeah, I said Matrix and I saw me on the member. Yeah, cool. So that's the one for when you said Matrix, mate, because the other ones with the at sign of ones at from the live chat. So yeah. So don't worry about that, Stigma, buddy. Right then, guys, that's 64 people in the duck race. Let's BB8. I'll stick it on Stack channel. Yeah, that'd be nice. Let me just end this end that poll. I'm not there, but never mind. 𝗵𝗶𝗶𝗲𝗏. Are you sure you're not there, 𝗵𝗶𝗶𝗏? Did I not see you there? Yeah, hold on. You should be between Mr. E and Ian Kirk. Mr. E. Hold on. Mr. E, Ian Kirk. Why is that? Why are you not there then? Is it Mr. 𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃? Hold on, Mr. 𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗃 here. What's going off here? Hey! Hold on. That was weird. For some reason, it stopped at Mr. E. So yeah, you were missing 𝗵𝗶𝗶𝗲. So was Ian Kirk. So was Queen Nessie. So was Crispy Shiny Things. So was Nerd UK. So was Dave G. So was Big Green Star. And so was Pete Bell. But I have sorted that now. So let's do that again. Here we go. All the way down to Peter Bell. Fantastic. Right, so it's ones with the @ sign I need to get rid of because the other ones are my channel members. Thank you so much, guys. So now, guys, you should definitely be on here. And 𝗵𝗶𝗶𝗏, there you are, mate. For some reason, it cut off. It's like I said, you were between ES3 and Ian Kirk, but it cut off there for some reason. Now I am. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Sorry, it's it missed off the last few, so I do apologise about that, but thanks for letting me know. We've got that sorted. It would have been okay if we had not observed this. Oh, well, I don't know how to take that, Jonathan, mate. Right, guys, that's pause up to 71 now. Fantastic, thank you so much. Someone give me a time. Give me a time. Last package I got from y'all. I'm set for years of core value. Biggest prize I've ever won. Oh, nice one, mate. Nice one. 666. What's that? Six? Like the shortest I can make that is 6 minutes 66. That's too long. 2 just for 𝗫. 2 hours 40 seconds 66 seconds. I'm gonna go with 2. 2 minutes though, not 2 hours. 2 minutes. Just for 𝗫. We'll go with 2 minutes. There we go. 15 minutes. Nah, I say it's got to be less than 3 minutes, Ice and Fire, mate, because I ain't got 15 minutes to do commentary. It's hard. It's hard work, you know. I've got respect for those Channel 4 horse racing commentators. Thumbnail. Hey, I found my little statues of Channel 4 horse racing commentators. Birmingham Bertie 130. I got them from John Smith's ages ago when I worked in pub. I might show them all next week. Right then, you got to wait till we say go. Here we go. 1, 2, and go. How many scuffles? How many scuffles? 2 shuffles. I had a feeling we're going to be 2. 2 minutes, 2 shuffles. Here we go. 1, 2, and let's find out who's going to take this. There's too many names there for me to try and decipher who's who. I can just about make out 4006 is the king. I think that's Nemo's Numismatics is the beef eater. Queen Nessie is up there somewhere. Looks like Robert Duck.
Who's Trump duck? I can't tell. Anyway, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, everyone. Here we go. Wham, 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 wham. Zeus is the pirate. He's coming straight out of the gates, storming away. Silverstag Stacker is a plain duck. So is Jonathan Herbert. So is Queen Nessie. You're all plain ducks. Nessie, you will, of course, have 2 ducks in the race. So will Shiny Silver. And so will all the other channel members who are a channel member and also here with us today and Port Matrix, because you get an extra one for being a channel member, because that's how much I appreciate you all. Right, Queen Nessie, Scott Silver. Oh, Scott Silver is back in the community and he's back in winning bloody duck races, isn't he? He won the Stackers Social 1/10 gold coin. Oh, Scott Silver, didn't he? And we had him on live when he did it as well. So there you go. Louise Wawa, it's always a pleasure to see you. Killboy was here. Killboy, you won the members giveaway, mate. Don't forget, please do get at me with your address details. Jim Wen, he's won a few times. My good friend from down under. Paul Williams. Good guy, Paul Williams is. Been here with us today. He's a better man than his duck represents him to be. I know that. David James Flood is the stripy duck. Nerd UK is a star, as we all know. Nerd UK is definitely a star. 4W6 is a chef duck. Mr. Kiwi, he's won a fair few. Mr. Kiwi, he's one of the highest winning numbers. Mr. Kiwi is. He's subtle about it because every time he wins one, he goes undercover for a while and then wins another one. Like Mrs. GS8, she won 4 in a row and everyone remembers that. But Mr. Kiwi is subtle about it. It's tactical. Who's that? Someone 3181. Is that Chris B 3181? I think. I used to have a 3181i BMW when I was younger. Shiny Silver's looking strong. So is Cat. We're coming into the all important final 20 seconds. I hope Cat doesn't win because it's. I think this is his winnings that are being rolled over because he never contacted me to claim his winnings. It's not going to be Cat though. It could be Silverstag Stacker. It could be Silver Spectre. Barry Wiggins is looking strong. Barry, you are flying forward in your little Spider-Man. Spider Barry does whatever a Spider-Man can. There you go, Barry Wiggins. Come on, my mate. Good lad. Barry Wiggins, I'm taking that away. You're not allowed to win that. You're not allowed to win your own poker chip, so that's coming out of one door. Barry, congratulations. He's a good guy. He comes and meets me every month. I mentioned it earlier. I'm going to show you what he gave me. I mean, it's super cool. He gave me this as a gift. But before I show it you all, I've got a question to ask. What time is it? I can't find my watch. I've been looking everywhere for it. Can't find it bloody anywhere. You know it, Nessie. You know it in the chat. How did you know? Because I saw him making a break for it. It was quite clear. You could see he sped up more than everyone else. If you want to watch it back, I mean, I do it most weeks. I call who wins it a couple of seconds before because you know last 5, like I say, 20 seconds it all changes, and then last 5 seconds is when you look for someone making a break for it. And I saw Barry. I saw his name come in a little bit faster than everyone else. But that's all it is. But you got it right, Divinia, and everyone else in the chat. It is time that we say collectively, as one unified community, shut the duck. Oh, there you go. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Barry, I assume I'm going to be holding that till West Midlands and bring it down for you. If you like. Shut the duck up! 100%. This, guys, is what Barry gifted me. How super cool is that? He brought that down for me as a gift, right? He might have mentioned it last Saturday in the chat, but if he did, I didn't realise, I didn't see it, because I know he showed a picture of this in the chat, or one half of this, because he had it cut in half. He's got one half, I've got the other. But it was all about prehistory last Sunday, because unbeknownst to me, I didn't know Barry had brought that down, and we both of us, didn't we, Barry? Me and you both picked up a 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 life prehistoric megalodon tooth. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the size of that thing? That's just one of its teeth, guys. That's a tooth. A tooth. Absolutely gigantic. Don't forget to do videos, guys. Yes, no, don't forget to do videos. Now, there's going to be a little bit of an extension on the times. Now, just so you know, Crispy, I'm due to send you a message. But a few people have let me know that they are doing videos, so we are going to be starting to see some come through soon. There's one person who I'll let you know who when I message you later, mate. They really want to get involved, but they can't do it in the time frame we've given. So I said I'd speak to you and we'll just extend it for a week just to give them a chance to get involved. Because obviously we want as many people to get involved as possible. But don't forget, guys, we haven't made a big thing about it. And I'm not going to give you any details, but it's going to be prizes. There's going to be some decent prices, guys. Don't worry about that. It'll be worth it if you win, at least. But do it just for fun. Do it just for fun. It hasn't got to be a proper review. It can, like what I do with what details in. You could just be showing the coin and what it means to you and why you like it so much, and just be different with it. It's a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun up that tree. I know 𝗕𝗂𝗃𝗃 had a lot of fun jet setting a bar, going on holidays and enjoying the sun all over the place. I know he enjoyed that. I enjoyed scraping myself on the bar because I launched my son up into the tree, and then, you know, I had to try and hold my son still to review a coin up there. One of us got a better side of that bargain, didn't we? You know what I mean? More the merrier. So, based on I haven't changed it in the description in the room yet, but it's going to be going on for a week longer. So we'll close it. I think we'll close on the 12th and then give people a week to take it in and vote, and then we'll announce the winners. And I think that will give us enough time. I'm so glad I caught you guys today. We've missed you too, minor mate. It's always been. Honestly, your channel round is one of my favourite pieces of silver. Your channel round is absolutely fantastic. I think it was Silver Town, wasn't it? Was it Silver Town? You had made them. And they were fantastic. They really are. So thank you so much again for sending that across. Any coin ever painted? Any coin even painted ones? I can't remember what I said. Shiny. I don't know. It's gone. You too, 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗀, really good to see you. Yeah, absolutely. And go and check out 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗀's lives. He does a fantastic live over in his channel as well. Great to have you back, Miner. Oh, and Scott's as well. We've been blessed by a couple of the old names, haven't we? 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 and Scott Silver. Two fantastic people, very, very involved in the community, and it's wonderful to see both of you in the live streams again. Always with you, 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Yeah, 100%. Silver Town. Is that? Did I say Silver Town? I don't know. I thought I said Silver Town. I don't know. There's two, isn't there? There's Silver Town and what's your one? Silver. There's two I always get mixed up. Thank you, 𝗵𝗶𝗶, and thank you to everyone who got involved and put your theories across. And I you know, it's been enjoyable. I hope you can walk away from this and think, you know what, it's an interesting, you know, and I'm a little bit more open about the universe than I was a couple of hours ago. Because that's the aim of it more than anything, and just have an interesting chat. So I'm up for doing more of these kind of things. Thanks, Robot Toaster. Yeah, that's Space Miner's link. BBA or somebody else, can you drop the link for Stacker Social? You got the name down there, guys, but just drop the link for me, mate, in case anyone's not a member. And then also come and join us on a Monday on Whatnot. Even if you're not buying anything, just come for a hangout. I give you all the details about the coins, you know, who designed them, and you know if there's anything interesting behind them, like the double flowing or the rocking horse crown. I'll tell you details, and it can be fun sometimes. You did, bro. You got it right. Nice. Yeah. What's the other one? I got always Silver Town, and what's the other one I'm thinking of? I was lost most of the time. I'm too. No, don't worry. Honestly, like I said, mate. And I made a thing about saying it. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. All right. I am little old me, who barely grasps the concepts. So I'm with you there, and I have definitely stood on the shoulders of giants and benefited from the works of far greater people than myself. So Planck, as I say, he's a scientist. Einstein, we touched on his work as well, and Niels Bohr for the quantum mechanics, as well as Schrödinger. With Tesla. With Archimedes, whoever, I think it was Archimedes. We have borrowed from all the greats today. And I think that's got to be, got to be remembered, isn't it? You know what I mean? 31920 ceiling. I'll see what I can do for you, mate. I think I've definitely got one, but it's another 1816. I sold one last Monday, but I think I've got another one of them. But shillings have been a bit slow recently. I had loads before, but they've you know, you find that with coins, you know, you'll get a load of half crowns coming, and then you get no half crowns for ages, or shillings or florins. And 500, I've got loads of, you know what I mean? That's no trouble. For your date runners or people who want to get it really cheap, like under spot kind of cheap, that's all right. Nah, you're not 4006. Yeah, it sounds like you know what you're talking about. To an extent, mate, to an extent, but you know, like I say, I'm borrowing off of far greater minds than myself. You know what I mean? TSC is a store donating for you. Oh, get out of here, Space Miner. You're gonna make me blush. He's a clever guy. Thank you. But I don't take compliments well, so please stop. What do the runes at the top of the screen say? Say the same thing as that. If they don't, I don't know. So, what have I got? Can I translate based on what I've got? Don't even know if they really are runes, because looking at them, they're an artistic interpretation of a rune rather than an actual ferric rune or different type of rune. So the one at the end, so the B one is very, very similar. So that's very similar to the M one, but I got something in there. I mean, I can see that's kind of just been repeated on that one right there, but it is similar to the one that's above there. And that one is N. Can't remember what its spiritual meaning is. The runes have a spiritual meaning as well as representing a letter as well. So we've got any others? That B-ish one, I think, is meant to be that, but it's got the doodah, which is oh no. Oh no, okay. I don't know. I forget on those. I'm going from the wrong way. So yeah, no, I don't think that's my fireplace. I don't think they're actually real runes. I think they're a bit artist in interpretation. I might swap them and change them to say something like I changed the stack of social bit at the bottom because again, that didn't say stack of social before. It says it was an artistic interpretation of stack of social. We regularly get under spot cheap. Every single week, guys. Every single week, there's at least a couple of bits go under spot in the auctions. Last auction we had I think near enough everything went under spot. A lot of stuff was going under spot. Spot price I'd jumped up a bit, and I'd not put my prices up. I'd kept them lower. Just so people could get a few deals, and yeah, we definitely had some stuff go under spot. Sorry, great live. Thank you, Peter, mate. Thank you. Look forward to the next one, Guna Stacker. Look forward to having you here as well. It's been great. Thank you so much. You sure you want to know? It reminds me of Chinese code tattoos. Don't always say, yeah. Look, that was AI. I did that, so I don't know. It could well be pimple butt or something. I don't know. Change it to say stack chatting rooms. That robot is what I'm going to do. That's a cracking idea, that, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. My live ending talking tattoo too. Oh, did it? What, your one from last night, Foggy? There you go, fantastic. I was still recovering from my heinous migraine, so I've not had a chance to watch it yet, but I assume you've got it available for watch back, and I'll definitely have a good gleg of that. Change it to, yeah, we're doing that one, absolutely. You need to make it a clue, we translate, and that's the duck race password. That's another fantastic idea, and I now want to do both of them. I tell you what, right at top, I'm gonna have stack chat, right that way, yeah. And then below me, I'll have something else in runes, like you've got Decipher, and that, you know, but I want everyone to be into. That's a fantastic idea for 006, and I'm going to think about it. But maybe not for the phrase, because I want it to be as easy as everyone. But maybe there'll be different giveaways or something. We'll see. Maybe that could be like a way to get growing coin points or something like that. We'll wait and see. But it's a fantastic idea, and I love it. Great night. See you later. You too, Shani. You take care of yourself, my friend. If I ever did get a tat, it would be Dzango, I think. Fairs. I think, you know, tats are very personal, aren't they? You know what I mean? Is it because you love the film, or is it because of the you know, you feel a connection to the storyline? But yeah, no, fair enough. Always brilliant. Even thank you, BBA. Night all got editing to do. I bet you have, mate. I've got a bit of editing to do myself. Yes, mate. We are opening a studio. Nice. Tattoo studio, I assume you mean. Can I get some cheap work done? I want loads more tattoos, but they're expensive, and I don't want to pay full price for them. I tell you what, you do me some tattoos I want, and then I'll let you use an amount of my body as advertising space. How about that? Heinous migraine. I thought you said anus migraine. No, heinous, and it was heinous. I was out of it. I've said before. I get migraines from time to time, and I'm talking real migraines, you know, wipe you out. I used to get them quite regularly when I was younger. These days, I very rarely get them, but it was a bad one. I generally, for a time being, I just didn't know what to do, and it was more that I just wasn't capable of doing anything that let me ride it out. I was just lying there, just not capable, and just like thinking about how much bloody pain I was in and how much it was unbearable. It was just felt like my entire head was throbbing every time I looked at light. It made it worse. So I had to just sit in the dark, couldn't look at my phone screen, couldn't do anything. I turned off all the lights and I just lied there with the head throbbing until it stopped throbbing quite as much. And then I got up, walked around, and that seemed to help a little bit. And then I managed to get some food in me, some fluids in me, and that helped a bit. And I started to feel a little bit better. And then I went to sleep and I woke up and it was hurting again. And I had to wait for it to cool down again. But better now, back home with meds. That was a problem. I had no meds with me. And I had no way of going and getting any, because I was out all on my own next to a lake. And yeah, so next time I will be taking meds with me, and it won't be so bad. Decipher it for an extra entry. First person to decipher it gets an extra entry. I like that, robot. You and you, 𝗵𝗵𝗶𝗃. I like it. Will it say Knut? It might do one day, maybe. In Old Norse runes, duck race is, if Google is correct. Okay, there's a couple of different types of runes, so that's something to be wary of as well. They're very similar, but there's like slight differences. Inky blinders, like it. Django. Oh, okay, fair play. I thought you meant Django the movie with Jamie Foxx, but fairs. Yeah, we'll sort you out, dude. Come up, do a bit of fishing and get a tattoo after it. Yeah, for sure. I hate mate, it was worse. Honestly, it was so bad. It was so bad. I just couldn't. Yeah. I was like, the only thing I can physically do right now is get through a phone call to 999 and try and get an ambulance out. That was like my only option. And then reality was that if I did that, I've literally got thousands, and I'm being serious, thousands of pounds of fishing and camera equipment sat right there. They're not the ambulance guys aren't going to be like, oh yeah, we'll wait to take you into hospital while we pack your stuff away for you and take. No. They would have just took me to hospital and left it all there for anyone to come along and grab. So that was one reason. But again, you know, the main reason was I was just unable to even do anything, so I just wrote it out. You can get meds from GP. That's what I'm saying. I didn't have any meds with me. Like, there was a point where it was starting. If I'd have taken my meds, absolutely fine. I'd have been fine. It had stopped it, I'd have been all good, but because I didn't have that, it got worse and worse and worse, and then it went into a migraine. And at that point, I was done and dusted, really. But I was caught fishing, but I still caught a personal best tench, so it wasn't a total waste. It was like 50 centimetres long, guys. 50 centimetre long tench. I was quite happy with that. Let me show you. I've got a photo of it. 1 second. Where is the photo? Here we go. Yeah, look at that. That's not a bad tench, is it? A couple of little photos of me. Yeah, they're pretty much the same. Someone did it. I decided which one looks best. But yeah, that's me holding it. And that's him next to the tape measure. So I got that. So it was a blank seaver. So I didn't blank. So, but I didn't get no carp. And honestly, it was the only time I've ever been fishing where I literally was praying that I didn't catch a fish. I was literally lying there just praying. Because I wouldn't have known what to do. If I'd have caught a fish, I wouldn't have known what to do, because I just wasn't in a position to be able to do anything with it, because I'd got that ill. So I was literally lying there just praying that my head would get better and that I didn't get a fish until it got better, which thankfully I didn't, because yeah, that wouldn't have been good. Great night. Thanks you, Baron. Just like to say thanks to all for my being in simulation handshakes. Well, you got me to blame for it now. It's for days. Shortening brings it on. Small dose of magic mushrooms should stop the migraines. Nice. I think it was the heat. I think on that occasion, because it was Thursday when it was like 37 degrees heat. What it was is I was filming the fishing session, and I wanted to do one of those little time lapses where you set everything up. And it does it, and you're bipping about, putting your bivvy up and all that. And I wanted to do one of those, and because I wanted to do one of those, I wanted to do it all in one go. And I was getting really, really hot, and I was sweating buckets. But because I was doing it as a time lapse, I didn't want to stop. I wanted to do it all in one go, and I kind of pushed myself. And leading up to that point, I'd kind of pushed myself too far. I'd gone to work that morning. I wasn't supposed to be working that morning, but I went and pulled in a really quick job just to get a bit of extra cash in my pocket before I went fishing. So I pulled in a job that morning. I was stressing getting everything ready and getting fishing. Then I couldn't get the bait I wanted. So I went to like two different places to try and get that, and I couldn't. So that was stressing me out a bit. And then I think it all together, just plus the heat, just put me over the edge a little bit on that one. Let's have a look. I'm pleased Nemo's coming fishing. He can put his gloves on and give you mouth to mouth. You can both get stuffed. You can both get stuffed. You need to speak to Nemo about that, because he'll need to be able to get time off work. Thanks to TSC, great chat and fun. Thank you, Dave J. Do a live with Foggy from the studio. I'd love to, mate. I'd be well up for that. Well up for that. That's the studio name, TSC, the Inky Blinder. I didn't know if it was the actual one or if it was just a really good suggestion, but it's for its tattoo studio. It's fantastic, isn't it? Inky Blinder. While getting a tattoo, yeah, for sure. Great night tonight, TSC. Thank you and everyone for having here for occupying my matrix, mate. You won the matrix tonight, dude. Well done to you, Barry. You've won the duck race. That's a shout, Brits. What's that I've missed? I can't even see Brits and Sov's message. Or is it Bricks and Giggles? Never got the outwit fish thing, to be honest with you. What, you never got fishing? I mean, look, mate, I'm not going to try and persuade you to love it if you don't. I do. There's a lot of waiting involved, but that time, I mean, I do specimen fishing, so I don't go for little fish. That tench isn't the kind of thing I fish for. It's not, it's not. I like tench. Tench are a good fish. They're very strong fighters, and all anglers, I think, enjoy getting a tench from time to time. It's not like getting a bream. You get a bream, and it's like, oh God, get out of here. You've just wasted my chances. Getting a tench from time to time, it's never a bad thing. But so these are more the kind of fish I go for. So that's from my last session. That's from my last session as well. Same fish that is. Different. That's a different fish there. Same fish. That's a different fish. Why is his picture so small? That's a different fish. That's a different fish. That's the same fish as that. So is that. So is that. That's a different fish. That's same fish as that one. That's same again. Same again. That's a different fish. That's same as last one. Same as last one. That's a different fish. Of course. He's a carp as well, but he's much smaller. Not really what I'm after. Too small for me, these are nowadays. Nice ghost coming up though. Nice little mirror. I think that was my first ever mirror carp. I went ages without catching a mirror carp. I've never caught a mirror over 20. That's another goal. I'm trying to get a 30-pounder, but if I don't get a 30-pounder, as long as if I get a PB or a mirror over 20, then I'm calling it a success either way. That for a bream. Look at my facial expression there. Oh my God, it's awful. Like, you got any crack, guys? I'll give you a fish if you give some crack. Like a right crackhead there. Look at me. Look at me. Look like bloody Manson on that one. Look at him for Manson lamps. Come and look at me fish. Come and look at me fish. Oh dear, that's awful. That's a chub. That's a chub, that is. I've got some good chubs. That's just a little mirror. That's me ghosty. Nice little ghosty there. Little baby, my little baby ghosty. I don't think there's any other decent ones in here. Oh, that's a chub. That's a bloody good chub, that is. That's a decent chub, that. Oh, I remember my barbel, of course. We haven't seen that yet. Fag on. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. That's another little tench. We're going down fish. It's Fisherman's Corner now. Right. My live stream. I do what I like. Another little tench there. That's Elvis the duck. Elvis the duck is so cool. It's so cool. Is this? Oh, it's not the. Is it? Oh, I want the actual video. I don't know. That's me with another bream. Bloody bream. Can't stand bream. Go out for a carp. It's all you bloody get. Now I don't get too many bream nowadays. I use bigger baits. That's not a bad size bream though. It's decent size bream, but I just don't want bream. Don't want it. They stink. They stinkiest fish. They're so gross, bream are. That's another bream. Another bream. Bream, bream. Oh, that's a carp. That's a little cricket bad carp right there. You've got to take about 15 photos and then just pick one. It's like the rule of carp fishing. That's a carp. I think that was my first ever carp. That was my first ever carp I ever caught, that was. Fantastic. On the cheapest rig you've ever seen in your life. That's another bream. That's another bream. Brosimus. That's a roach, that one. That's a crucian. That's a crucian carp, that. Crucian carp can survive out of water for up to months, if not years. Fantastic. Don't believe me, look it up. That's another crucian. You can tell a crucian from an F1 because of the barbules. Here's a little roachy. Here's a little roach. Another little roach. Oh no. He's got at least a bit of bream in him, he has. I think they may be hybrids. I think that's a hybrid, that. That's definitely a roach. He's a carp, he is. Little crucian. That's another crucian. Also, the crucians have the more flamboyant tails. That's my first ever carp again, that is. Not a bad size for the first ever carp. It was fantastic, that was. Another bream. Another bream. Another bream. Another bream. Another bream. Roach. Roach. No, I'm going to say hybrid on that one. Looks a bit breamy in the body. Bream. 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 Oh my God, what do I look like in that one though? Well, rat boy right here, don't I? That looks like an F1. Nah, bream. Bloody bream. 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 Probably the same one. Bream. You can see why carp anglers get annoyed by catching bream now, can't you? Bream. Bream. Get off my land. Bream. AK-40 bream. I don't know why I hold my fish like a gun. Say hello to my little friend. We're slowly losing people. I can tell people who aren't into fishing. This is the end, guys. I'm just, you know, we might as well have ended now. Tench. Got another tench. Beautiful colours on that one, guys. Gorgeous, gorgeous little tench. Perch. Got a perch. We got a spiny little perch. That's it. Where's me, I've got to show you me barbell. What is it? Fishing, here we go. That's me barbell. Beautiful, beautiful specimen of a barbell that is. Beautiful, beautiful fish. Absolutely gigantic for barbel, that is. Really, really good fish. I was so proud of that. Really was. But yeah, there you go. That's it. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Nerd. Thank you, 𝗵𝗵𝗃. So you can think the fish, tell alien abduction stories, and nobody believes them. Yeah, yeah. Tell you guys, they took me away. They got a probe out. They were probing me, and then they just put me back. I don't believe you. Get out of here. Kiting sheep. Fairs, I get that, Barabba. But I'm telling you, mate, when you go in for bigger ones, that's what started me off. When you go for bigger ones, when you do get it on the hook, it gets very exciting because, you know, it becomes a fight. Like when you're going after small fish, you can just pull them in. It's, you know, there's no, unless you've got really lightweight tackle, like you're on a 4-pound line or something, 4-pound fluoro or something like that. But when you've got a big old fish that's got a lot of power and it can go where it's wanted, you're there trying to stop it from going in a snag, trying to stop it going in the reeds, and that's all that, you know, it knows what to do. It knows the first place it's going to go is try and snag up in reeds for safety. It can be quite difficult. That looks local to you, fairly local to you. So not the most local. Like, I tell you where you will know it, BBA. Where I'm fishing at the moment is American Adventure. That's where I'm fishing. My club has just bought the waters, the Shipley Lake, which used to be in the centre of American Adventure. My club's just bought it. But the other waters are all in that area. So they're all in like Shipley Park. You've got 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗃 Res, Osborne Pond, Adams Pond. They're all literally directly on Shipley Park. And then literally just down the road, you've got Losco Dam. You've got Nutbuck Pond 112. That's behind Swan Lake. Is that the okay, so the barbell, yes. The barbel. I say things weird sometimes. The barbell, yes, that is the trend. That right there is up near Gunthorpe Bridge. The actual place is Hoveringham. And it's near Gunthorpe Bridge, and you're 100% right. Night Stag, night Nessie, thanks for calling us. Langley, yeah, just past Langley Mill. Absolutely, mate, just past Langley Mill. Langley Mill and Hendon are like literally right next to each other, aren't they? But yeah, just past that, and that's where my club waters are. Really good waters. You pay one membership and you can fish at Adams Pond, Osborne Pond, 𝗵𝗵𝗃 Reservoir, Losco Dam, Shipley Lake, Nutbuck Pond 1 and 2, and then you can fish them literally any time, 24/7. And then we've got a syndicate lake that once you remember, you can put your name down. It's about a year and a half waiting list, Manor Floods, and that's got some really, really big carp in it. So I've got my name down on the waiting list for that. Just have to wait for my time to come and hopefully not get a migraine on that day. I went there as a kid, didn't know it was closed. American Adventure, yeah. So American Adventure, like the proper park actually closed down in 2007. That's when American Adventure died, and it became a kiddie park. So it was designed just for like toddlers and small children. It changed to that. It's worth the wait. For sure. But yeah, so they changed it from being an actual theme park to a kiddie park in 2007. It lasted about 2 years, and I think in 2009 it officially closed down. They wanted to get some planning permission and turn it into a bit of a Butlins and put some chalets on there, and the council declined the request, which they can kind of say is the reason it closed. I kind of say, well, if you were at that point anyway, you know what I mean, the damage had already been done. It sounds like that was a last ditch attempt to try and get back. But yeah, it just struggled into American Adventure. After, I think what killed it were Nemesis and rides like the Nemesis started popping up, whereas the American Adventure only had the old school traditional style roller coaster. What it had going for it is it had Europe's largest log flume. But let's be honest, log flume's not as fun as a roller coaster. It's just one down, isn't it? And you get really wet. So it was a good park, a lot of fun. It was originally known as the Britannia theme park, and it was themed on Britain. Did very, very poorly to start off with, and then was remodeled as the American Adventure and celebrated the Wild West of America. They did saloon shows like gunfights throughout the day and stuff like that. It was a lot of fun. It was a great place when it was about. It's a shame though. It is a shame. But yeah, for sure. Right then, guys. I can't handle roller coasters anymore. Nah, me neither, mate. That time has come and gone for me. Let me go and get Canoe, and we'll say goodbye properly. Oh dear. Come on, you. We want to see Star at show, not me. I know, but you got to come over here. You come over here, you little monster. And say hello. Yeah. Hello, buddy. Hello, little buddy. Hello, little buddy. He's a good boy, aren't you? Yes. He's a good boy. Hello. Yes. Say hello. No, just try and eat some more. Right then, guys, thank you so much for tuning in this week. I've had a lot of fun. It's been very different. I hope you've had fun as well. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you all again next Saturday if you fancy. Come here. Come on. Come here, angel. You destructive force of nature. There you go. Right. Looks like he's awake from the night. Bringing down the house, mate. Wasn't that the same name of the dog in the Lost Boys? I couldn't tell you. Like the vampire movie. It's been so long since I watched it, I couldn't tell you. But it would be cool if it was. Very cool. Cheers, Bjorn, mate. I appreciate it. What's he about? He's just brought down the green screen. And yeah, come on, get off it. Get off it. Yep. Not. There we go. Come on, let's have your active Come. Good boy. Come. Good boy. I don't know. Whew. That's what I have to deal with 24/7, guys. Mic not working. Mic not working. I'm not sure. Great stream night to see night. Thanks, Robot Mate. It's been great. I had a lot of fun. Thanks for choosing the Conspiracy Corner. I think we definitely have to do this again. I love the prove me wrong style where you guys put your theories, information, and evidences across. I had a lot of fun, and I really appreciate everyone who got involved and interacted with it. Thank you, Davinia. Thank you for taking part, and I'll see you all either next Saturday or Monday, guys. You have a good one, and as Keith Lemon famously said, if I don't see you through the week, I'll see you through the window. Take care. Keep stacking.